Where's the chief? I don't even see him.
Yes.
Bring your pajamas and pillow and bed tonight. Yes, you're no talk.
Thank you. That's very nice. I call the meeting of the City Council of the City of Pacifica to order for May 11th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Keener.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Nyhart.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Present.
Mayor Irvin.
Present. And I know we do not have a closed session report, so this brings us to the consent calendar. Persons wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh.
Salute to the flag.
Oh, I'm sorry. A little confused. Please join Councilmember O'Neill in a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And that brings us to the consent calendar. Persons wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Those wishing to address the council on any item listed on the agenda should submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Items on the consent calendar will be adopted by one motion unless a council member or person in the audience requests before the vote on the motion to have an item discussed under the consideration portion of the agenda. Time limits on comments is 3 minutes. So far I don't see any cards on the consent calendar. So that you have one? No? Okay, that brings us back to council. Do I have any questions regarding the consent calendar, or does somebody want to make a motion? Councilmember Nyhart?
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to our public hearing. During public hearings, an applicant or their agent and appellate have 10 minutes for the opening presentation and 3 minutes for rebuttal before the public hearing is closed. Members of the public are limited to 3 minutes. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Christian Murdoch, an Assistant Planner in the Planning Department. Staff is excited to present for your consideration this evening an update to the housing element of the city's general plan that covers the period from 2015 to 2023. State law requires local agencies to update their housing elements every 8 years. The city's current housing element covers the period 2007 through 2014. The housing element is a part of Pacifica's general plan and describes many aspects of the city's current and future housing needs. It assesses a variety of factors about the city, including existing population size, age, family size, income, and prevalence of disabilities. The housing element also identifies governmental and non-governmental constraints that can complicate the provision of housing. One of the most important components of the housing element is the projection of future housing needs by income level. This projection is known as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. The city's RHNA was determined through a cooperative arrangement between the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, and the City County Association of Governments, or CCAG. CCAG, acting on behalf of the subregion formed for San Mateo County, assigned Pacifica a RHNA of 413 housing units for the period 2015 through 2023. These units are distributed across several income levels ranging from extremely low income, which is less than 30% of the county median income, to above moderate income, which is 120% or more above the county median. As a result, the housing element must identify sites that can accommodate the types of development likely to create units affordable to these income categories. The land inventory prepared for this purpose contains a variety of sites suitable for higher income, detached, single-family housing, as well as more moderately priced, high-density, and mixed-use residential housing. Suitable housing types could also include co-housing, a type of intentional, collaborative housing in which residents actively participate in the design and operation of their neighborhoods and share common indoor and outdoor spaces. The city has some flexibility in determining which sites are included in the land inventory, so long as the sites can accommodate the city's RHNA in terms of both total number of units and units within each income category. It is important to understand that listing sites in the land inventory does not approve housing development at these locations and does not alter the underlying land use designations or zoning of the sites. The land inventory reflects the land use designations within the land use element of the general plan and the zoning adopted in the city's zoning map. Staff developed the draft housing element with a great amount of public input gathered at a study session with the Planning Commission, a Planning Commission public hearing, and a 30-day written comment period. As part of the process to seek public input, staff sent notices to 50 nonprofit housing organizations and service providers servicing special needs populations, including Bay Area Legal Aid, Center for the Independence of the Disabled, Center on Homelessness, Community Legal Services, Golden Gate Regional Center, HIP Housing, Envision Shelter Network, Mental Health Association of San Mateo County, and the San Mateo Commissions on Aging and Disabilities. During the public review process, members of the public brought to staff's attention many items of importance to the community, and staff is grateful for the public's participation in this process. Wherever possible, staff has incorporated the changes requested by the public and the Planning Commission, which is reflected in the version of the document before you this evening. In some instances, however, staff was unable to assess whether certain requests made by the public would align with the council's preferences. Staff has identified those items requiring policy direction from the City Council and requests such direction on any items of interest this evening. Additionally, staff has received several written comments prior to this evening's meeting and has provided these comments to the council members. In response to the comments from the owners of the Pacific Skies Estates Mobile Home Park, staff recommends incorporating the requested changes to clarify that the units at the park are subject to the city's rent stabilization ordinance and that the park owners will continue to replace older homes at the park. The draft housing element before you for consideration this evening has been reviewed by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which found that it complies with state housing law. The San Mateo County Airport Land Use Commission also found that the draft housing element is consistent with the San Francisco International Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. The draft housing element will provide ample sites to accommodate the city's regional housing needs allocation and will continue important policies that further the city's goals to maintain, improve, preserve, and develop housing. The negative declaration prepared for the housing element update identified no significant impacts on the environment resulting from adoption of the housing element, and therefore was the appropriate level of environmental review for this project. So to reiterate, the housing element assesses community needs, identifies action programs to reduce constraints to housing, maintenance, improvement, preservation, and development, identifies sites that can accommodate the RHNA being an allocation of housing units projected to be needed during the planning period, 2015 through 2023, and the RHNA was assigned through a public process, which included an appeals process, and Pacifica did not at that time appeal its housing allocation, and the time for appeal has closed. Lastly, the housing element does not commit the city to build housing. It does not approve housing projects. It demonstrates an ability for a willing developer to pursue housing projects subject to the ordinary review process, and it demonstrates that the city is not excluding housing development with its land use regulations, as is the case in some communities. So with that, council members, staff kindly requests that the council move to adopt the negative declaration prepared for the housing element update and move to adopt the general plan amendment GPA 90-15 to update the city's housing element for the period 2015 through 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that staff report. Do I have questions from council?
Just one.
Councilmember Neihardt.
Just clarify a little bit more for everybody. The issue about adopting a negative declaration, you do a nice description of it in the full report, and I'd like you to say a little bit more about, this is a policy document, and it's a document done for the state, correct?
That's correct, to comply with state housing law.
And what happens if we don't comply?
Sure. So to the first question about the negative declaration that staff recommends the council adopt for this housing element. The housing element, as you indicated, it's a policy document. It is not a project approval. It does not change land use intensities that are possible on specific parcels of land. And as a result of it being a policy document that assesses constraints to housing and community needs and describes sites that can accommodate the housing needs allocation based on existing land use designations in the land use element, it has no potential to create significant impacts on the environment. And so, similar to any discretionary action that the city will take, staff conducted an environmental review, and based on the potential or lack thereof of significant impacts generated from adoption of the housing element, it was appropriate to adopt a negative declaration. And so the simple request or desire for an environmental impact report doesn't comply with state law to then trigger that threshold. There needs to be substantial evidence of potential environmental impacts.
And if we don't adopt?
Sure. So there are a variety of potential impacts from failure to adopt the housing element. Among them is a loss of eligibility for One Bay Area grant funding. Other potential impacts are legal liabilities of housing advocates suing the city for failure to adopt a housing element that properly accounts for and plans for housing.
So just to be clear, if we didn't adopt, if we aren't able to go forward for some reason tonight, then funding for projects such as related to the priority conservation area we just endorsed would be in jeopardy.
Potentially, if there was future funding assigned to the PCA designations and it was channeled through the One Bay Area grant program, we would not be eligible if the council did not adopt. And one other important consequence of failing to adopt this evening is the city would revert to a 4-year housing element cycle, which is not, in staff's opinion, the best course of action. These updates are very time and resource intensive. As you can see, it requires a lot of work on the staff's part, involvement of the council members and other decision makers and the public. So we would very much prefer to keep on an 8-year cycle.
And just one last question. As an example, in your report, you mentioned the towns of Daly City and Colma that actually altered or mitigated their own housing element and did so in process, much like other cities have.
If I understand your question correctly, Councilmember Neihardt, not every city adopts a negative declaration for its housing element. There are circumstances unique to certain municipalities that warrant a higher level of review, such as a mitigated negative declaration or an environmental impact report. That was not the case in Pacifica, and it wasn't the case with 19 of the 21 jurisdictions in San Mateo County. But in the case of Colma, they undertook project-specific reviews for their housing element because they had so few sites. They felt like that was the best approach to clear the way for housing in the future. And Daly City was doing their housing element in conjunction with the general plan update, and the timing just so worked out to where they could review it as part of the EIR.
But 19 out of 20 cities?
19 out of 21 local jurisdictions, including the county.
You're including the county, okay. Thanks.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Right, so you have the negative deck, but you also said that each housing project would have to go through the regular review. So how does that therefore state that if you do the negative deck now, that sticks with the property even though you're reviewing everything?
Sure. So to be clear, the housing element is not approving any housing projects. So if anyone's interpreting that the list of sites is somehow clearing the way for housing development at those sites, that's an incorrect interpretation of the housing element. It's not a project approval document. It's simply demonstrating the ability for a future developer to pursue permits through the normal course, subject to environmental review, and in almost every case, Planning Commission and/or City Council review of future housing projects. This is simply showing that the city's existing land use regulations can accommodate housing of the scale that ABAG predicts that the city will need in the next 8 years, which is 413 housing
So
units.
just to make sure I'm understanding, so that in any particular instance, when it comes before the staff and the council and the planning, if an EIR is deemed necessary, this negative deck would not impede that?
That's correct. This does not prohibit the decision-making body, whether the Planning Commission or the City Council, when reviewing a future housing development project, from determining that there's sufficient evidence in the record of potential substantial environmental impacts and requiring an EIR.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keener?
Yeah. It went by me rather quick. Could you repeat what you said about the Pacific Skies trailer park?
Of course. So unfortunately, we received a written public comment rather late in the process from the property owners of the Pacific Skies Estates Mobile Home Park. Their comments were very straightforward, and they essentially wanted to clarify in a table specifying housing units that would be preserved, that the units at Pacific Skies Estates are subject to the rental stabilization ordinance. It was important to them to clarify that, so it's a minor factual statement, which staff is supportive of. And the other statement was to simply indicate that they are continuing to upgrade and improve old houses at the site. So the draft housing element stated that subsequent to a past weather event, they replaced 14 housing units, but they wanted to clarify as a statement, I think, of their intent to improve the site, that they're continuing to install and construct new housing units there,
So.
replacement units.
I'm sorry. Will we have to do anything, make an addendum or something like that to include that in this housing element?
No, as long as the motion of approval would include direction to staff to incorporate those comments, that should be sufficient.
Okay, so we do have to include direction.
It would be best to clarify any specific items the council would like changed in the draft that's not in the printed copy that you have before you.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a question, so you're clarifying the rent stabilization piece? Is that what?
Yes, the Pacific
that's
Skies
included,
Estates
okay.
owners wanted to clarify that their property is subject to the rent stabilization
Absolutely.
ordinance.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
And that goes back to recently, they had a fair hearing, or whatever the term is, so there's just reiterating that protection is still there for those residents, correct?
That's correct. They're not specifically referencing the recent fair rent increase hearing, but they are making a general statement that those protections remain in place for all the units at the site.
I'm sorry, so if I could just clarify for the council, do you have specific language that you want to add to the housing element? You need to put that into the record tonight? Or if you're asking for more general direction, you need to make that clear, so that the motion that the council is ultimately going to take is clear for the record.
Thank you. So if the council could turn to the written comments provided. It's on the second to last printed page, which is the third from last page of content. That's a color printout with the table 4-1 from the draft housing element. And the commenter requested that in the notes at the bottom of the table, in addition to this existing statement that says, includes preservation of 93 mobile home units at Pacific Skies Estates, the commenter has asked that the following language be inserted. Note that all these units are subject to all the provisions of the rent stabilization ordinance. And then later in subsection 2, I don't have the exact page number, but the section heading is housing unit construction, demolition, and replacement.
Oh, yeah.
So if I may suggest that, assuming that the council would like to add this language, before a motion is made, staff can suggest some language to make sure that it's correctly inputted into the record for your consideration.
And so in the sixth paragraph of that section, to the last sentence, which reads, to date, 14 of the mobile homes have been replaced in the park. The commenter included an additional clause that had a comma, and old homes will continue to be replaced. So that's the extent of the changes requested by that commenter.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree, did you have another comment?
No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure they were retaining the same protections.
Yes, thank you.
And so you went over all of the primary concerns of the Planning Commission on that night. Was there anything else that we should be aware of while we're making decisions up here that they expressed concern about?
Well, there were a number of items discussed, and many of them were not resolved at the Planning Commission level, and those are called out in Table 4 of the agenda report.
Okay.
So the staff report also contained the two primary items, which was reference to the Open Space Task Force report when staff reviews housing development applications. And the other item was inclusion of the co-housing
Right.
action program, to insert that as an ongoing policy. And that was also related to the open space item as well.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, we have quite a significant number of cards, so I'd like to open public comment and get started on hearing from the public. So Public hearing is now open, and I'm going to start, I'm going to call out 3 names at a time, and then I'll call out the next 3. So the first 3 speakers are Margaret Goodall, Ron Pritchard, and Dinah Micheletti. And you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to say something about all this. We're so lucky here to have the clean air from the ocean on one side and the protected lands of the GGNRA. But doing a negative declaration, I think, is wrong here. The plan that you're considering is for change, and the choice of how to make those changes is what you're talking about tonight. We can look ahead and do what we can to contribute to a beautiful Pacifica for the future that we all love now, or we can contribute to global warming and sea level rise and the frightening effects that our children's grandchildren may see here in Pacifica. One way to help assure a good future for Pacificans in Pacifica is to actively incorporate details of the Climate Action Plan into the housing elements. Houses can be specifically designated to contribute less emissions. We need to get our choices of energy savings and our choices for transportation and circulation right. Circulation around town in the future, especially for children in the South who will have no library, needs more careful consideration. And so we need to start now. Go back to the Climate Action Plan, apply it really specifically to some of the housing elements. That will help all of us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I hate to, I know it's important, but we really try to refrain from clapping so people don't feel bad about what they say or they don't say. We try to make everybody feel comfortable and treat everybody consistently, please. So I'd really appreciate if we could just hold the applause. Okay, Ron Pritchard.
Hi, my name's Ron Pritchard. I live in Pedro Point, resident of Pacifica for 2.5 years, and all my neighbors tell me not to tell people that it's actually sunny here, and I haven't done that, so I'd like to make sure that the council realizes that. I'm going to keep it simple. I've got neighbors here who know a lot more about what's going on with the property in Pedro Point than I do, the Carlson property, the Pedro Point field, but I just wanted to express that we're happy that this was excluded from the housing element, and there are contentious reasons for doing it, and I hope that when we do consider that in the general plan, we really take the time to think about what that property is and come up with a good plan for it, and not change the designation and not make it for residential housing. So I'll leave it to my neighbors to explain why. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dinah Micheletti.
Hi, I'm also a Pedro Point resident, and I'd also like to thank you for removing what we know in Pedro Point as the Carlson land from the housing elements list of potential development sites. And while this is a positive move in the right direction, we in Pedro Point know that it's just one step in our journey to prevent this wetland from being turned into a residential development that's going to have serious environmental, traffic, and safety consequences for all of us, not just for Pedro Point, but for Pacifica. You've been given a list of our concerns in prior communications. I hold them all dear, but in addition to the environmental issues, I am deeply worried about the safety hazards that will flow from turning Pedro Point or turning the Carlson land into a Connemara on steroids development and injecting it into our already overcrowded little area with poor infrastructure. In the event of a fire, right now, there's only one way we have off the point, and that's through a very narrow 2-lane road, the San Pedro Avenue, which fronts the Carlson property. Our only other choice off the point is literally to dive or roll off a cliff, which is my escape route in the event of fire. So if we inject a large-scale residential development into this area, we are begging for an Oakland Hills-style tragedy. There are several residents, Pedro Point residents, in the audience tonight. Some of us are color coordinated. We speak not only for ourselves, but for our neighbors who couldn't make it here tonight and who also share our views. We are an active community. We're smart, we're engaged, we vote in off-year elections, we put our money where our mouth is. We feel strongly about the development of the Colsa land. We ask that you consider the facts and arguments presented here tonight by residents and by the PPCA, not only tonight, but by our written communication, and that you remember our commitment to protecting this land from development. And when people come to you who just want to turn a profit at the community's expense, we ask that you remember that we're here and that we're not going to take kindly to that. For these reasons, I also strongly oppose the proposal in the GPU to change the zoning of the Colson land and support the letter submitted by PCC urging that the city designate Colson as low-intensity, visitor-serving commercial or to consider a designation of conservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, please. Okay, the next three speakers are Kristen Christensen, I think it's Eric Christensen, and Andy Naraway, sorry.
Hello, my name is Kristen Christensen. I am actually the daughter of the property owners of the Calson property. Unfortunately, they were out of town when this meeting was scheduled and they could not change those plans. They would love to be here and speak with you. They just wanted to reiterate that the Calson property was part of the previous version of the housing element, and it was vetted then, and they believe that it should be included on the list of possible housing sites, considering the great need for housing in the greater Bay Area as a whole. In addition, they believe that it could be a good buffer to the numbers that are required by ABAG for the community of Pacifica. And that they have always maintained that the best use of the site would be a smaller development, not this grand number of 100 units or per acre or something that has been previously stated, that they believe that it should be kept in line with the community. The site is surrounded on 3 sides by residential, and it makes sense to have it be part of the community as opposed to a vacant lot, which is what it is now. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Once again, they really wish they could be here themselves to speak with you, but we're here on their behalf, and we hope that you'll consider their position as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, I think Eric Christensen?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Eric Christensen. Kristen Christensen is my wife, and Ron and Cheryl are my father and mother-in-law. I'm here to express their disappointment in the Calson property being removed from the housing element. We believe it's actually a very good site for development. If you look at the character of the neighborhood, it's surrounded on 3 sides of houses and on another side by a commercial development of grocery stores and various other restaurants. I know that there's been concerns about parking and traffic, but when I just went onto Google Maps, the closest grocery store is less than 1/3 of a mile away from the very furthest point of the property. So conceivably, any residents that live there could actually walk to the grocery store, reduce emissions, reduce traffic, and overall would be good for the community. And we also believe that just because there's some contention, that does not actually provide legal basis to remove the Calson property from the housing element, right? We don't believe that's an actual reason to remove it from it. Just because there's disagreement doesn't mean that you should remove it from a prime development candidate spot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Andy Naraway, and then I'm going to call up the next three is, let's see. I can't read this one, I'm sorry. Mike Momsky, or Miss, I'm not sure the letter is missing in the middle. And then Therese Langell and Philippe Roth, or Philip Roth. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you. Dear City Council and Planning Commission members, my name is Andy Naraway. I recently purchased and moved into my home in Pedro Point just over a year ago. As you can probably tell, I'm not a local, either to these shores, this town, or indeed government hearings, but such is the strength of feeling I have about the undeveloped land also known as Pedro Point Field that I cannot sit by and watch our small community be bulldozed over and turned into something that none of my neighbours support. I moved here after living in San Francisco for over 20 years. That's 2 decades not knowing my neighbours, as that's what happens in cities. But before I moved to San Francisco, I grew up in a small rural village in Middle England. It was the type of place where you do know your neighbours, their families and pets, and where you do say good morning to strangers. And the centre of that community was called the Village Green. The importance of the Village Green to the community has been told for hundreds of years in many novels and movies for good reason. It is the lifeblood of the community and is one of the things that distinguishes urban areas from villages. Simply put, cities don't have village greens as they are too big, urban and impersonal. However, this undeveloped plot of land in the middle of Pedro Point has become our de facto village green with a lot of recreational potential. In the 12 months I've lived there, I've met more people at this piece of land from all over Pacifica that I can now call my friends than I did in over 20 years living in San Francisco. And I'm sure that's the same for a lot of other people in our neighborhood, both old and young, long-term residents and newcomers alike. So for this to be taken away would be a tragedy for our small, tight-knit community. I know other people have spoken tonight about their very valid reasons for opposing development of the field, including it's a wetland habitation for federally endangered species, the dangers of building on liquefaction zones, the documented history of coastal flooding and future rising sea levels, the emergency access problems and traffic density, and finally, the deterioration in the quality of life for everyone living on Pedro Point. To those in this room who want to develop the land into any residential units, then I ask you to envision what this field has the potential to become as a gathering place for the community. And to people who question those of us opposed to this development, let me suggest to you, the Council and Planning Commission members and Mr. Carlson himself, that if you were faced with a housing development within 100 yards of your homes that increased your neighbourhood housing density where previously it has been designated commercial recreational, don't tell me you wouldn't oppose it, just like the PPCA is vehemently opposed to this. Think about what you are considering imposing on our small community, and don't be surprised at the pushback you are receiving tonight, and will continue to receive in all forms and all venues, yes, including the courts if necessary, in the future. Council members, we appreciate the Pedro Point Field being removed from the housing element, but now you need to reconcile with the GPU-LU, and you must consider your own citizens' wishes, and you must take our views into consideration. Therefore, I strongly urge, in the most forceful manner possible, that the Council and Planning Commission carry forth recommendations to not include the Pedro Point Field into the GPU-LU and not consider this site for residential development. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, sorry about the handwriting.
Oh, no worries.
Just a little nervous, maybe.
We got to figure it out.
Thank you for hearing me. My name's Mike Moraski. I've been a resident of Pedro Point for only 12 years. And I say only 12 years because all of Pacifica is filled with many generational families. Our neighborhood is no different. We have lots of families that are extended and have been there for, I think, up to 4 generations. And our community is clearly loves the land upon which we live and what surrounds it. And I've seen amongst that community a great outpouring of not only personal time and personal expense to improve our community and make it a better place to live in ways that maybe the city should be doing or somebody else should be doing, but it's that caring for the place that we live that has really struck me about the community. In those 12 years, I've also been in as many PPCA meetings regarding the Pedro Point Field as well. And I've never seen a more reasonable, logical thinking group of people looking at a piece of property that they live near, and people are concerned about, yes, the Carlson investment, but they're also concerned about making a positive step forward for not just our neighborhood, but for Pacifica as a whole. And basically, it's been going on for so long that it's just this constant stress of the desire for there to be residential coming from an exterior entity that doesn't actually even reside in Pacifica, against a whole community that has stayed pretty much unanimous, as far as I can tell, and unified around the desire, A, to not have residential development there, but B, to move forward in a way that actually reflects the values and the qualities that best represent our neighborhood in Pacifica. And so with that in mind, I would definitely like to applaud the removal of Pedro Point Field from the housing element. And it feels really good for us, I think, to see that maybe we're being recognized and that our voice is being heard after such a very long time. And from an anecdotal standpoint, all the list of reasons that everybody has for why that land should not be developed is obvious to all of us. But anybody who doesn't live there and isn't there on a really daily basis or during the right time of season don't hear the frogs, right? I don't need an environmental report to tell me that there are frogs there, because I hear them, and it's a wonderful thing that adds a lot of value to my home. Going forward, I would totally support the PPCA recommendations that I know have been submitted to the council, and would like to emphasize conservation as opposed to any sort of development, because that's my own personal take, but I would prefer to see it emphasize the things that people are coming to Pacifica for today and enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Therese Langell, please refrain. I know it's hard, but it's really helpful if you do. Therese Langell? Okay.
Hello. Hi, my name is Therese Langell, and I've lived in Pacifica for 17 years. I'm currently on Pedro Point, and I am here also to ask that you hear our common voice regarding the vacant lot on San Pedro Avenue. While I and all of us respect Mr. Carlson's right to profit from his investment, that does not give him the right to change the zoning to his personal desire, nor change the character of a neighborhood that is adamantly against a large residential development. I request that the property in question remain as commercial recreation or low-density visitor-serving commercial designation, so that the last major federal fish and wildlife zone in southern Pacifica is protected. This could be a great opportunity to create a tourist-oriented link between our beautiful ocean and our coast-long trail that so many people have worked so hard to create. As a group, our community has hired environmental consultants as well as environmental law and wetlands, botany, and biology experts. They all agree that the significant housing project does not belong there. There are other ways to meet the ABAG housing requirements without destroying a designated floodplain. I also just know from my experience that if there are any emergencies on the point, it's almost impossible to get in and out, and to add at least 75 homes, which is the minimum homes that would be built under the current zoning that's being proposed, would kill our traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippe Roth, followed by Anna Booth, Kathleen Sugar, and Dan Sugar. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Philippe Roth. I'm a resident of Pacifica for 17 years, Pedro Point for 8 years. I want to thank you all for removing the Carlson property of the housing element. This field, as you know, is a community field for us. It's very important to the entire PPCA association, and we would like to see the general update actually go as a low-density recreational area. The connection between the coastal trail, going through Pedro Point is very important as well. This could be developed as an area to actually emphasize the recreational aspect of the trail itself and of Pedro Point. And I want to really support the PPCA in all the work they've done to keep this property the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anna Booth?
I'm Anna Booth, and I was a member of the General Plan Committee, that nearly forgotten group of people that was first consulted for citizens' response to the whole housing element of the general plan. First of all, I have legal experience with a number of firms in this area, and we are not legally required to adopt any quota of houses. We may lose funds, but we are always in jeopardy of losing funds. Let's not give away the beauty of Pacifica for the possibility of getting some money which we would need for all of the people that they, and I'm talking about the report, would like us to have. They did omit very conspicuously the existence of this general plan committee, and I would like to have our minutes incorporated into the information they give you, because when we met, we did not agree to any specific number of new houses or housing units in Pacifica. That is a specific quantity. It does not belong in a general plan. We did say we would do as many as we could, accepted one by one on need and on the possibility of doing it within our current law. Again, you face a constitutional problem if you accept a report that is changing the district of the hillside protection. That's in our Constitution, that's in our general plan. You don't just glide over that and accept that as part of something else. It's very important to preserve what we have in our law, and that's the hillside protection district. Also, the agency that was promoting the public hearings did not know that we had a general committee. General Plan Committee, and that information should have been given to us. So what happens is that we are being fed a plan which present and future members of the Planning Department, a couple of whom weren't even at our meetings, we're being fed a plan that they want to put over on us, which has constitutional problems. Again, we are not legally required to accept this. We do not have to let some county or state association tell us how many units we're going to put in certain parts of our city. Pacifica is less able than any town in this county to expand. We have hills, we have cliffs, we have valleys, and we are known as the most beautiful town in the county, the most environmentally fine place to live, and we don't want to change that because we might want to get some more money from someone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. This is Kathleen Sugar, followed by Dan Sugar and Isla.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Sugar, and my family has been living in Pacifica on and off for 30 years. My husband and I recently moved to Pedro Point this past year, and it's one of the reasons why we moved there was the connection to the environment, the ocean, the land, and we love I walk around Pedro Point all day long, and I'm very connected to also the people. And I first would like to say that I state my support for the decision to remove the Pedro Point field from the housing element list of parcels, and I do appreciate that. We do have some serious concerns that down the road, if there is a decision to build on this, the Pedro Point site, there's going to be some serious concerns with traffic, and I'm facing that daily myself right now. Trying to get in and out of Pedro Point has been a challenge, and I'd like you to seriously consider that. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay. Dan Sugar.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity for comment. We applaud the decision to remove the Pedro Point field from the plan update. Thank you for doing that. The community here from Pedro Point, I'd like to ask everyone here that's from Pedro Point, can you please stand up or and wave, please? Okay, so we have an incredibly vibrant, thank you, community association. We've been meeting regularly, and the feeling is unanimous. And I want to be clear, we're not saying no to anything. We're saying that we're recommending, as we did last July in written comments to the city, that a appropriate development could happen there. Low-intensity, visitor-serving community development would be consistent with the original plan. So we're okay with that. What we're not okay with is 75 homes being built. Just to contextualize, Pedro Point has less than 200 homes, okay? There's one little road serving it. And so while we appreciate the owners wanting to receive an enormous windfall profit by developing, 75 homes, it's inappropriate for the community and what the community is all about. So yes, something can happen. Let's do something appropriate that also generates income for the city, like you see in Santa Cruz and places like that, right on the ocean, near the ocean there. The Community Association did sponsor an environmental report. We submitted that. There are pictures of frogs and other endangered species in there. We want to note that this property adjoins federally protected wetlands and also is under the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. In closing, I'd like to say the community is really united, and we are totally committed with total resolve to an outcome that's appropriate for the community. We're not going anywhere, and we're going to go all the way with this. And so we thank you for being responsive to our comments, removing it from the matter that's before us tonight. And let's do the right thing for all of Pacifica by developing this for low-intensity visitor-serving community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Isla Hampshire, Claire Irvin Lee, and Sherman Lee.
Good evening. I'm Isla Hampshire, and I'm a 25-year resident of the Pedro Point area. So I'm here tonight to state my support for the decision to remove the Calson property, or as we call it, the field, from the housing element list of developable parcels. And I've also signed a letter with my neighbors that we are suggesting that we go with low-intensity visitor-serving commercial. We feel like that would be very appropriate for that particular site based on what's going on in the close-by shopping center. But any changes to that property that sets at the entrance to the point, as my neighbors have pointed out, will really have a major impact on us, especially the traffic, the drainage, all the other issues that we're dealing with every day. And so we really, whatever we do there really needs to be looked at carefully. And so really we feel like we only have one opportunity to get this right. So the first step is for us to remove the property from the housing element, which you recommend to do, and then maintain this area as a low-intensity visitor-serving commercial land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Irvin Lee.
I too live in Pedro Point, as you can see from my t-shirt. The Calson property would be an ideal location for a visitor center for Pacifica. We all want to, we've heard for years that the environment is our economy, and we need to really put our money where our mouth is and recognize that. The Calson property would be a beautiful place to put a visitor center with exhibits for about the sensitive nature of our coastline. The red-legged frog, the other endangered species, but also sea level rise. This is on a floodplain. If you're going to be building housing there, it's going to cost a lot of money to put in anything that won't be flooded. And if you're concerned about low-income housing, you're probably not going to be spending that kind of money. It's inappropriate for the location. We have, as everyone else has said, I won't repeat it, problems with ingress and egress. In addition to that, we don't have the infrastructure for that kind of development. We need to be focusing on bringing in business to the community, and this is something where we really can get the hordes of people who are coming in and using the beaches and the ocean and parking up every available location in the what used to be the Fresh and Easy parking lot and our neighborhood, frankly. We can instead bring those visitors in and give them something to spend their money on, give them something to, in addition to having a wonderful day at the beach and the trail that's just about to be opening up, and make it an asset for the entire community.
Thank you very much. Sherman Lee, followed by Ann Hitz and Bruce Ferry.
Good evening. My name is Sherman Lee, and my wife Claire and I have lived in Pacifica for 11 years, and all of that time on Grand Avenue in Pedro Point. I strongly support the decision for the Pedro Point field to be removed from the housing element list of parcels that can be developed for residential use. I and my neighbors in Pedro Point are very concerned that there may be steps in the works underway to administratively undo that decision sometime in the future. And we would consider that a very bad result, and we are here in part to express to you our concern about that possibility. And we ask you, the City Council and the Planning Commissions who were here earlier, to watch out for that and not let that happen, okay? My wife and I moved here in part because we appreciate open space and a community that cares about the environment. Open space and environmental awareness are part of the Pacifica brand, and they're very much woven into the fabric of the community. And if the Pedro Point field somehow is allowed to be developed into a large number of housing units, which we believe may be in the works, somebody trying to do that, they will have to be densely stacked, densely built or stacked up. And this will destroy open space, harm environmentally sensitive wetlands, and hurt wildlife that live in the nearby San Pedro Creek. And so if Pacifica wants to consider changing the designation for how the Pedro Point field can be used, I support the proposal that the Pedro Point Community Association has already submitted, and that is low-density, visitor-serving commercial. And thank you very much for your attention and consideration of the community's views. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Ann Hitz?
Hello, my name's Ann Hitz. I've lived on Pedro Point for 25 years. And first of all, I want to thank you for removing the field from the housing element. But I also want to say that obviously there are a lot of people here from Pedro Point, but we're not just a small sort of inbred group. Our position on this has been the result of many, many meetings open to everybody on the point with facilitators. We wanted it to be so transparent, so it's not a bunch of NIMBY types who just don't want development and want to walk their dogs in the field. So I just want to say that we're not just a small group that's very vocal. I hope we represent many, many more people on the point who aren't here. I, again, believe that the field should be left commercial recreational. It's just way too dense if it goes the full board to 75 homes. And you know, it's almost the easier thing to do the residential, especially in this market. I mean, they would just be gobbled up so fast, and every house that's being built right now is going for over asking price. We're in just a hyper environment. And it's a cycle, as we all know, so it can go the other way very easily. So that being said, I would like to see it maintain commercial recreational, I got to get that straight. And just to get creative about a good use for that, I'm not saying leave it fallow, but something that works well for the point that doesn't add to all the infrastructure problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Ferry, followed by Delia McGrath and Leo Leon.
Hi, Bruce Ferry. I've been a resident of Pedro Point for the last 6 or so years, and I strongly commend you for removing the Pedro Point field from the housing element. Just to kind of put things in context, you know, like Ann said, the PPCA has been working with the property owners for a period of years to come up with ideas for the use of that land other than just putting a bunch of houses on it. And we've come up with some pretty interesting and creative ideas, and our community is actually very creative and has a lot of ideas. We recently installed a playground, which, you know, frankly, I think is one of the most beautiful playgrounds in Pacifica, if not the Bay Area. So we have a lot of resources in our community, and I hope that the property owners would kind of tap into that and get some ideas from us, because I think it would help, you know, bind these two parties together and really come to a solution that could work for everybody. And you know, the commercial recreational designation, I think, is the way to go on this. So, thank you.
Great, thank you.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Delia McGrath? Is it that? Delia, I'm sorry. I do that every time. Delia McGrath, are you here? Oh, yeah. Apologies.
Good evening, council and members of the audience. My name is Delia McGrath. I'm a 37-year resident of the city of Pacifica. And I feel like the Lorax. I speak for the trees. Not specifically the trees that grow in the grass, but for people who don't have housing because they can't afford it. And I want to just give you one vignette. I walked into one of our local businesses last month, and a very hardworking person in this business was about to serve me, and I asked for something, and the person said, just kind of came unglued right in front of my eyes, just saying how there was no housing. She didn't think she could even work here anymore, that she couldn't afford to live out in another place because gas and tolls and stuff like that where she could maybe afford. And it was right in my face that there is a desperate need for housing. Now, I know we're talking about the housing element of the plan, but I just want to go on record that we cannot forget that our community needs to be very broad-based. We can't squeeze out people who don't have a lot of economic resources. This is a hard-working individual in our community, serving this community by her work. And so whatever the city council can do about affordable housing, I would like to see in the housing element, if there are any units to be built, let's go overboard with the number of affordable units that can be built rather than the high end. We need the diversity in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leo Leon, followed by Noel Blanco and Dinah Verby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just going to get back on the topic of erroneous numbers and what they mean. The ABAG numbers are seriously flawed. I have the actual numbers. I gave you the tables 2.1 and 2.2. Pacifica did not grow 30% between 1990 and 2000. We did not add 4,229 housing units. And ABAG turned around and say, at that same period, we only grew 720 population. The numbers are just not right. I have the right numbers here, and I'll tell you something about Pacifica you may not know. In 1970, the per person per household was 3.65, and I'll get to the relevance of that in a minute. The median age in those for Pacifica was 23 years, 0.6. Let's jump to 2010. The per person household size is 2.65, and the median age is now 41.5. And you see the changes going. What I'm talking about, we have 37,234 people in the last census, 13,900 housing units. So if you lose one person per housing unit from 1970, you can see what the population impact is, especially with a declining per person per household number. And I have the real data from 1990 for Pacifica's population and housing units, and it's not ABAG's numbers. ABAG's numbers are projections. They're the source. The census is real data, taken door to door. And we do a decennial census, and we do an annual American survey as well. So the point of this leads me to another census statistic, and that's the number of single driver cars driving on our roads. I have the data from Half Moon Bay and all the cities between Half Moon Bay and Pacifica. We average about 74% single drivers. The number has grown in Pacifica from 1980, 10,700 single drivers, to 2010, 14,800 single drivers. So you look at that, and you look at the same demographic between here and Half Moon Bay. I'm telling you, our circulation element, our action items for our housing element, we need to do more than just encourage people to take the bus. That's our action item. We need to do more than that. And we need to be proactive. We need to work with all the communities in the Mid-Coast, and we need to change these numbers around. We don't need to widen the highway to perpetuate bad driving habits. We need to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Noel Blanco, Dinah Verby, and then Mary Keitelman. Is that? I think that's
Noel Blanco. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss the Open Space Task Force report. When the City Council recently reestablished the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, they confirmed in the resolution that the Pacifica Open Space Task Force report should remain the basic reference for the Open Space, Parkland, and Advisory Committee. The City Council unanimously voted for the resolution creating the Open Space, Parkland, Advisory Committee. The Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee forms an important, relevant environmental participatory group of local citizens in accordance with the Open Space Task Force report. Members of the community have the opportunity to review knowledge-sensitive parcels identified in the volume and also Hillside Preservation District and open space zoning. To get off my reading, the really importance of this is to preserve, which we have preserved, which Julie Lancel brought up a few minutes ago, from 1983, the Open Space Committee working closely with others and forming the environmental issues. And we have been involved with Hillside Preservation District. And it becomes important because when the Planning Commission gets a major development, they got so many elements to go over, but what we're saying is the Open Space Committee forms an important background study session though they don't have a vote that commits them, but they can form the study session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dinah, yeah, first, and then Mary.
Thank you, Dinah Verby. Well, this is a good segue because I want to follow up on Noel's comments about the Open Space Task Force report. First of all, I do agree with the Planning Commission recommendation to remove all of the sites that are listed in the open space report from the list of identified housing sites. And to follow up on what Noel was saying, there's an item in your staff report where staff is asking for your recommendation regarding whether or not these sensitive properties should actually be referred to the Open Space Committee. And I'm here to urge you to do that exact thing. First of all, that was the original purpose of the Open Space Task Force. That hasn't changed. The need for that oversight and that consideration by a committee that's specifically charged with taking a look at our sensitive open spaces, that hasn't changed. And never, to my knowledge, has the City Council ever denounced or repealed the Open Space Task Force report or the mission of that body. And this kind of goes back to 2 years ago when I was here before you urging you to amend the resolution when you first established the new committee, because I said, I think the language may be interpreted as being too narrow. Because, first of all, that resolution's out of date anyway, because it now refers to lands going to the National Park Service, and that's not happening. Now it's going to county parks. But more than that, at the time I was said, well, there's language in this resolution that says, in the whereas clause, that says that committee will consider lands that are proposed to be dedicated open space. So either you need to amend the original resolution establishing the committee and make it consistent with what the focus really is and should be, or I can take the opposite tack and argue that this resolution already does include, by virtue of that language, the right for the committee to do it. But to be clear, you did say that committee would consider lands that are to be dedicated to open space, and that is exactly what the Open Space Task Force report is. So I could argue it both ways. I can say either you've already got that authority in the resolution, or if not, do the right thing, amend the resolution, and do what the public is urging you to do and what staff is asking for your guidance on. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mary, it's Hal Bonner and Chaya Gordon, right, and Gloria Stofan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to reiterate, please remove the Calera Parkway reference from the housing element plan, from any part of this plan. It's controversial. The last election showed that people don't want it. It's not even, we haven't even had a public forum on it yet. Again, just to finish my point from the last time when I was cut off after 60 seconds, please, in detail, incorporate the climate action plan into all documents, the housing element, the local coastal plan, and any other documents. Pacifica is a signatory to the U.S. Conference of Mayors Climate Protection Agreement, as you all probably are very well aware. What people don't think about very much is the 2 degrees Celsius. Well, that's like 35 degrees Fahrenheit. That's almost not livable. It's not the heat, and I'm just saying this for people who don't follow this. It's the colder days, it's less food, it's less water, it's more flooding, it's acidic oceans, it's even less oxygen in our air. So let's do our part. We're privileged. We're very privileged here. Let's do how easy it is now still to do something about this before it is impossible to do anything about it. Incorporate that climate action plan into every building requirement, in every consumption decision, and every energy decision. Thank you. I would just like to remind everybody, in case they didn't already notice it, the quarry removal of the HPD overlay is outside of the constitution of town, and we need to change that. So that the HPD overlay remains on all of the quarry as it is right now. A comment on the Sharp Park Golf Course and Clubhouse going as a historic element or resource. If the city's going to do that, my understanding is that they would have to be maintained in amber as languages, and there would be it costs money to do that. So there's a formal repair process. Is Pacifica going to fund that? Just something to keep in mind. Concur with Leo and other speakers regarding the low-cost housing, and I concur with Commissioner Campbell's bringing up the housing mixed use on North Palmetto. I think that would be really great. Maybe we'd get some more low-cost housing there. And in addition to that, per Mr. Leon's comments, let's get some reliable, effective, low-cost transit options for commuters so we can get out of our cars. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to talk about the Calera Parkway project. You may be wondering why I'm going to talk about the Calera Parkway project when you're talking about a housing element. The original draft of the housing element said that essentially that the Calera Parkway project will be built. It shouldn't be built, and I believe that staff has recommended language that would change that to something less certain, some language that I believe, and maybe you might want to ask staff, but I think the Planning Commission did endorse changing the language about the Calera Parkway. I urge you to do that as well, but I urge you to take another step, and maybe it wouldn't be tonight, but maybe at another time, and that is the Calera Parkway project keeps coming up, and it doesn't have to. You could change that. You could change that in one city council meeting. The way the language has been drafted now is Caltrans is proposing to build the Calera Parkway. Well, let's not forget that the city of Pacifica is a sponsor of the project. The city of Pacifica, in order to make the project go forward, would have to ask the Transportation Authority for $4 million for Caltrans to do the final design. If the city of Pacifica decides not to do that, the project will be dead. It's very simple. You don't have to keep seeing us come up here and complain about the Calera Parkway project. You could simply put a stake in the heart of that project and it would be done. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Haya Gordon, Rockaway Beach. The housing element accommodates 1,000 new housing units, I believe, but growth in the general plan update is not tied to a growth management plan, and that needs to happen. And so I'm mentioning it here so that that can be considered for the rest of the work that's been discussed tonight in the GPU. It's got to address multiple components such as public transit, sea level rise, and greenhouse gas reduction. And both residential and commercial development in all parts of Pacifica must be tied to a growth management policy. Okay. I also wanted to say that I did not coordinate my next remarks with Hal Bonner in any way, but I wanted to mention that references to the Calera Parkway project have been made somewhat more neutral by the Planning Commission's, Planning Department's revisions, and I think a lot of us appreciate that. But I wanted to mention And then Hal kind of said the same thing, that the city of Pacifica could take ownership of the problem. And instead of just saying, here's the solution, it's the Caltrans plan, which the last election showed the people of Pacifica clearly do not want that. And I don't believe that that's going to change in upcoming elections. I think that we will continue to see that the people of Pacifica do not want a bigger road on Highway 1. But I believe that the people of Pacifica would like to see improvements made that would help the traffic situation. So the solution to that would be to include language as a very first step. And this would be a great legacy for you all. You should do this. That alternatives to the Calera Parkway project that are less costly and less damaging to the environment will be pursued. And you could put that in the general plan update and then start pursuing them. And that would be a really good idea. And last but not least, I would like to mention on the negative declaration that the City of Pacifica should pursue the highest level of environmental review. In every instance, wherever you have the opportunity to do environmental review, do you really want to be pursuing the lowest level environmental review? That's what doing a negative declaration is going to represent. I understand the time constraints with this. I don't know if it's possible. There's a little bit of time to work with there, but I really urge you to consider that. Do you want your legacy to be that the City of Pacifica consistently went for the lowest level of environmental review? I don't think you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gloria Stofan, followed by Celeste Langell and Robert Holden.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Stofan, a longtime resident of Pacifica and a Rockaway Beach resident. This whole evening has been on open space versus affordable housing issues. And I still have to stand by the whole concept of what we're facing right now, and that's a definite housing crisis, particularly here on the peninsula, not just in San Francisco, but definitely it's hit us. We're ground zero here in San Mateo County. I did write some things down, but I wanted to say that as rents keep getting higher and higher, we can't forget our families here in Pacifica, hardworking families, which are left without security, that they'll even have a home or an apartment, or even just a room. We're seeing rent increases of more than 100%, and yet the wages are stagnant. They haven't been rising. Many families are being forced to choose between providing basic necessities or paying rent. It's good to see that in the housing element there is something where we're talking about co-housing, and the fact that we need some type of sites or areas to where we can place affordable housing. Mixed use is important to think of, but I also want to bring up the ugly rent protection or rent stabilization issue. I think we need to start that conversation. I truly believe that every member of our community should be able to live with dignity and stability, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Good evening, Celeste Langell again. I just wanted to applaud the planning department's hard work. They've had a lot on their plate lately, and they've shown a lot of flexibility, and I really appreciate their hard work and flexibility in response to comments. I support the Planning Commission's recommendations overall. I saved the Calera Parkway issue. It would be great to see the city take some strong leadership on this. I support Dinah Verby's comments on the Open Space Committee oversight. That's really important and should be cleared up as well. and as well as co-housing, I think is a great idea. The mixed use is sort of an interesting issue just because you go around town and you see development that was approved as mixed use and there's a lot of vacancy. So how can we address that and also address the affordable housing issue? That's so crucial. I mean, there's people, most of the people you see working at Safeway can't afford to live here. I mean, it's just not, we need to work on it. I urge the council and the city to seek grants and funding for affordable housing, affordable housing options for all income levels. I also support accurate population numbers, both in the housing element and moving forward to the general plan update. Moving on to the climate action plan, the planning department did make some adjustments regarding the climate action plan, but I would support including just under policies, the section 4.2.1, just addressing smart growth development, and the other section 4.2.4, addressing transportation demand management. In response to my comments, the planning department did say that, sorry, let me just finish up. They did say in response to my comments, upon direction from the City Council, it's conceivable that staff could incorporate the climate action plan goals into the draft housing element as an ongoing policies so I urge you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robert Holden, followed by Breck Hitz and Camille Keating.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to thank the council for letting me not go last in tonight's discussion. That's good. My name is Robert Holden, and I live at 1416 Grand Avenue in Pacifica. And I have lived there for about 15 years, 25 years on the coast, but 15 years on Pedro Point. And it's clear to me and clear to my neighbors that Pedro Point already has a density challenge and it already has a traffic challenge. And I'm here to express my support for the decision to remove the Carlson property from the housing element listed of developable housing. Only a conservation land use that facilitates low-density housing would be appropriate for that particular area. And as a final thought, I'd like to point out this snazzy, very common T-shirt that I have that many of my colleagues do. We are very active in the community. We vote, and we care about what the community, what the local community experiences, and we'd like to see low intensity decisions for the Pedro Point area.
Thank you. Breck Hitz, Camille Keating, and Barbara Erbacher.
Hi, I'm Breck Hitz, and I'm also part of the color-coordinated board that's here this evening. And I have a list of speaking points, and you've heard them all. I guess we appreciate the fact that the Pedro Point field has been removed from the housing element, and all the reasons why we think that was sorry, is that better? Okay, sorry, thank you. All the reasons we think that was the right decision. I mean, it's a floodplain, there are traffic problems, it's a wetlands, there are lots of concerns. I guess one of the big concerns I had is that it violates a lot of Coastal Conservancy guidelines. And my understanding is the Coastal Conservancy has not been consulted about this yet. But I think I'm going to let those talking points go and talk about something else. And what I'd like to talk about is a little about the color-coordinated hordes that are here tonight. Because I've had interactions with all of you, and I know everybody here is a smart person. So you get it, I think. I mean, the neighborhood is pretty firmly united about this Pedro Point field. I'm trying to think how long it's been. It's been 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer, that this has been discussed on the point. We've had at least 4 or 5 meetings dedicated to it. We had one meeting where we had a paid facilitator come in to guide the discussion. We invited Mr. Carlson to be on the board, and Mr. Carlson was on the board of the Pedro Point Community Association for a year. We've done everything we can to be as open and as positive about this matter as we have been able to. And I guess the point that I want to make here, and I still have a minute and 30 seconds, so I don't think I'll use all that time. The point that I want to make is this has been a long time discussion. The community is thoroughly united in the opinion you've heard here from so many people. You haven't heard one person from the community speak against removing the field from the housing element. The only people who are speaking against removing the field from the housing element are the people who have outside interests and financial interests in it. So my point is the community is firmly behind this, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Camille?
Good evening, council members, Mayor Irvin. My name is Camille Keating. I'm a third-generation resident born on the Point. My grandparents settled here in the 40s after falling in love with the natural beauty, character, and proximity to the ocean. They built their home here right next to the Pedro Point field, and many childhood memories were spent by all of the neighborhood kids and neighborhood adult kids now enjoying this open space. I want to thank you for making the wise decision to take this property off of the housing element due to the environmental impact, and urge you to maintain the field zoning in a way that allows for our natural coastal space to be used to its highest potential. This does not mean congested housing. This means low-intensity visitor serving, or at best, conservation land that may allow to the continuance and enjoyment of our coastal gem, linking our scenic trails to our visitor-alluring beaches. There are very few key pieces of land left here in Pacifica that have the potential of showcasing our seaside town's beauty and charm. This is one of them. The rezoning of the Pedro Point field would be detrimental to the quality and character of our town and neighborhood. Please remember what it was that made you love Pacifica and what you would like to pass to our next generation. I'm willing to bet it's its open hillsides, beautiful coastline, and sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Erbacher, Joanne Gold, and Julie Lancel.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Erbacher from Lindemar. I am delighted to hear so many people speak on how much they value the beautiful environment we have here and the environment in general. And I hope we as Pacificans can also value our people. And our people need homes. Thanks to Delia McGrath for the beautiful example she shared of so many people on the peninsula here and in San Francisco and indeed the whole Bay Area, of people who are being forced away from our area because they cannot afford to live here. As we consider housing, as we go forward, I hope that you will give great weight to the critical need for increased available housing for low and moderate income residents. The need is evidenced by the steep increase in rents that are being seen in our region, and also in view of the steep rise in evictions due to rent increases that we are seeing in our nearby cities. And we know that this will be coming to Pacifica as well, as people cannot afford the rents that they are being forced to live as rents creep higher and higher. I would like that the city consider rent stabilization measures as we go forward, because this crisis is not going to go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Gold, followed by Julie Lancel and Ellen Haig.
Good evening. I'm Joanne Gold. I am a 15-year resident of Pacifica, and I am also the president of the Pedro Point Community Association. And I have to tell you, I have never been prouder to say that in my life. This was such an awesome turnout of our community here to share their passion, and it's obviously a community that cares very deeply about Pacifica. I'm here tonight because I also have letters with signatures that were gathered just since 3 o'clock this afternoon. We gathered over 70 signatures, all from residents who wanted to first issue their support for the housing element's decision to remove the Pedro Point field, the Calcin field, from the list of developable sites. So thank you very much for that. And they also wanted to assert their strong agreement with the DEIR letters that were submitted by the PPCA to designate the land use of the Pedro Point field as low-intensity visitor-serving commercial. I think you all know for the past several years that the PPCA has been working with the City Council to recommend our preferred land use alternatives for the Pedro Point field. We've submitted formal documents to the council where we clearly expressed our opposition to any form of residential land uses for the field and endorse sustainable commercial recreational land uses that are compatible with open space, tourism, recreation, and a robust visitor-based coastal tourism economy. We're in support of all of those things. The feedback that we gathered was gathered as a result of broad-scale community input, including a special public forum that was held in which the property owner, Ron Calcin, participated in. And as my neighbor Breck mentioned, Ron Calcin at the time was also serving as a member of the Pedro Point Community Association. So clearly we made sure that we were inclusive in all voices of our community. And at that time, as it is today, the members of the community still strongly object to any residential land use for that field, and we call upon the council to designate the site as low-intensity visitor-serving land use, as is consistent with the vision in the general plan update. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie Lancel. I just had a couple of comments. I noticed in the draft housing element there was some reference to the open space, the source of the open space committee, and unless it's written somewhere else in it, I just wanted to correct that there was on July 9th, 1984, the Pacifica City Council, recognizing the importance of open space to Pacifica and the increasing pressures for growth, approved the formation of an open space task force. And so the City Council established the Open Space Task Force. It wasn't, and tasked them with the report, the development of the report that then was produced over 4 years with the support of city staff and elected representatives who also served on the Open Space Task Force. So on other things, I just, the RENA expectations are just very hard to deal with. And I appreciated John Keener's remarks and his kind of succinct critique of it. I think we can't keep doing that somehow. It feels wrong. I also, in going forward, I didn't go deep into the whole ordinance, but I did want to ask about possibly considering lowering the height limit. Because when I did a comparison of the 35-foot height limit in other communities, or the height limit in other communities, many of them had 28 feet, 30 feet, and also had it different based on whether it was uphill or downhill. And I don't think our ordinance has that. And I've seen the 35-foot height limit result in 3-story houses built next to small 1-story houses in our neighborhoods, and on perfectly flat lots. So I'd just ask to have that be considered. Rent stabilization seems like a really good idea. And also, I'm glad to see the co-housing is in there. Thank you very much for including that. And I just want to support Dinah Verby's comments about the participation of the Open Space and Parkland Committee in a review, not reviewing with any kind of vote up or down, but purely as a body of review and recommendation and, and help and instruction, maybe in a certain way, telling the story of Pacifica to maybe folks who come here who don't understand our deep appreciation and love for open space and how we've worked so hard to create the community that's so beautiful that we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Ellen? Followed by Tom Spagula and Penny Keating, and that's the last card I have, so if I didn't call your name, please.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Haig, and I'm a resident of Pacifica and a member of SFOP PIA. One of the things that I love about living in Pacifica the last 40 years is the beautiful environment we are blessed with. It was mentioned here this evening that we must preserve and protect our environment for our children and our grandchildren, and I heartily agree. However, I'd like to point out this is not going to be possible if the skyrocketing rents and lack of affordable housing is not addressed. Last year, several members of SFOP PIA did a PowerPoint presentation at the City Council meeting on successful and beautiful affordable housing developments on the peninsula. For the long term, we are in dire need of affordable housing, but right now we urgently need rent stabilization. Members of our community are being displaced and forced to move away. Just last week, I spoke with someone who is a very active volunteer who serves our community. She told me her rent will be going up $500 and she doesn't know what she's going to do. Our environment is very important and we must plan for it. Our people are important also. Our children and grandchildren cannot afford to live here. Housing affordability must be addressed and rent stabilization is needed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Marianne, I'm sorry I don't have your card, but...
No, I'm not surprised. They're in there.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you.
But thank you for
We'll take
letting me
care of
speak.
it, Yeah.
My name is Mary Ann Willett. I've lived in Rockaway Beach for just short of 50 years. I'm here speaking to the situation that we have going on there right now. I own property behind my residence, and on April 9th, 2014, I observed a tractor with a front loader and grader moving behind my house, dumping dirt and debris on my property. Upon checking, I spoke to a Mike Panacci, who was directing the operator of the heavy equipment, and he claimed to be clearing the area so a surveyor could work. He stated there were several contractors planning on building in the near future. There were trees knocked down, a trench dug at least 3 feet deep, making a huge pathway through this area. At the time, I was concerned that this debris that he had moved and placed on my property in the rain might...
Mary, I just have to apologize and explain something. The reason I didn't have your card is because it was under oral communications. This isn't about the housing element.
Sorry.
No worries.
Is this no good here?
No. You can speak during oral communications.
Not now.
But not now.
Sorry.
I am so sorry about that. I didn't understand why I had your card. She's not. Thanks very, very much.
Sorry.
I appreciate
Paper streets. That's an issue that's brewing.
Be a couple more minutes.
Well.
Okay, Tom Spagula? Spagula?
Hi, I'm Tom Spagula. I wasn't going to really talk, but people twisted my arm here. So pretty much everything I was going to say has been said, so I won't say it. I'm not going to repeat a lot. But I've been on the Point, Pedro Point, since the 60s, so pretty long time. I raised my kids there. My grandkids are there now. It's a great place to live, as pretty much everybody knows. You know, the field that we talk about used to be a swamp. It's below sea level, if a lot of you people don't know. We filled that place with dirt over the years. A lot of people, though, that haven't lived there a long time may not know that. I know Penny knows that. Her husband, Dickie, and a lot of us, we filled it with dump trucks of dirt, coffee grinds, whatever we could find to fill that thing, make it, you know, so you could walk on it, not sink in the mud in the swamps. So there's a lot of history down there. You know, we want to just preserve what we have. We know we can't stop progress. But it needs to be done in a responsible way to kind of keep the community the way it is. So that's all I'm saying is I'm supporting what people say. I'm not going to repeat it all. It just needs to be done in a responsible way. and not in a greedy way. You know, I think about some of the things, I don't know if you people have watched that television program on whatever channel it is, it's called American Greed. We all know what this gentleman paid for this property, and you can do an awful lot there and still have it blend with the culture of the community and make a lot of people happy and still make a really nice profit and put it in your pocket. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Penny Keating, and the last card I have is Ron Makel.
Hi, Penny Keating. I've been a resident of Pacifica for about 60 years and a resident of Pedro Point for about 45 years. Back in the 70s, I worked with the Coastal Commission as they were writing the coastal land use plan for Pacifica, and I remember them working very hard on the verbiage for how the rest, which was then the Archdiocese property, would be developed. And it was very important that it be developed with low intensity, visitor serving, and that it would be in the character of the enclave within which it's situated. At the time, she also told me that we had won a battle, but the war would go on and on. Wow, I had no idea. Mr. Carlson did buy this property when it was zoned as a low-intensity commercial serving, and I don't think he should be stopped from doing some development, but I think to change the zoning for his benefit, in my opinion, very much not for the community's benefit, would be very wrong. And so I appreciate that you have done what you've done with taking it out of the housing element, and I also go along with my community that very careful development needs to be made. This is an area that people don't have much place to go and recreate other than the beach, which is not always available. So this is an important, very important piece of property to our community, and we love it. And we know you do too, so thank you for your support in making for good development.
Thank you, Penny. And Ron Makel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council and staff. Ron Makel, longtime resident. Sometimes it seems like it's too long, but that's another story. I don't want to tell you how many years. I'll really be dating myself for sure. But I have to say, this is probably the largest Open Space Committee meeting I've ever been to. Really, seriously, I thank everybody. I mean, everything that people have said up here, whatever they said, and it was, I mean, what they said was really important, and be it, affordable housing and protecting our open space. And as I pointed out at the Planning Commission meeting, and I wanted to welcome the new people on the staff, that, and then of course, and you city manager, you haven't been here that long, and of course, John, one of the best ways to get orientated towards the city is events like this, learn what the people, get a sense of what's important to the people here, and obviously protecting our cherished landscape is one of the most important things. And I also mentioned it's one of the most concerning, it is the most concerning contentious issue in Pacifica land use, and I just want to say that in respect to the Open Space Task Force report, I was on the Open Space Committee for many, many years, and one of the directives we were given by the council was to open up the task force report, contact all the property owners, and give them the opportunity to make any changes to the narratives, and they had the opportunity to remove their parcels from the Open Space Task Force if they so choose. And I think one, maybe two people did, but many people lived out of the state. A lot of people never responded to our request. But that was about a 2-year ordeal when I was on the committee. But I'll let you know that there are certain property owners in Pacific here that had the opportunity to have their property removed from there. So And all I can say is I appreciate all the people coming out here speaking for what's important. The last thing I want to say, I attended several meetings at the Presidio, put on by the Presidio Open Trust. You may have read about that land. They were going to develop some property up there, and Lucas wanted to put his museum up there, and they had hundreds and hundreds of people up there, but it was just, I learned so much just from hearing other people speaking that I changed my perception. I was initially for the Conservancy's proposal, which was the MyPX, and eventually when I got and spoke the last time, I just wanted to not build anything and just develop it, restore it to the natural landscape. But at any rate, listen to what the people have to say, and it's really, really important for all of you, and I thank you for what you're doing too.
Thank you very much for those comments. Okay, I don't have any more cards to speak specifically on the housing element. Clap now. No.
I like that person.
So just last call, and if not, we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion. So thank you again very much for all those comments. Very helpful. Okay. You're going to start.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to start with Councilmember Neihardt.
Sure, I'm going to start because I don't know how long I am for this meeting, just because I think there's something about being up here in backs or something. I don't know. But anyway, the first thing I wanted to say is I recall some of the first projections in planning that were done when the state started doing this kind of housing projection and planning. In 1969, Pacifica was expected to reach 100,000 by the year 2000. So projections are off all the time on a routine basis. And that is one of the most egregious kinds of thoughts that's not the community we want. That's not the community we're going to have. The second thing I wanted to say is, in light of some of those early projections, the state has taken multiple stabs at how to do this whole projecting process. And if you want to look at, the most recent variation is SB 375. We now have to follow in conjunction with that SB 2, which is the transitional housing components. We have a number of pieces that advocate for smart growth, for transportation-oriented housing, for the SB 2 is particularly transitional housing, along with requirements around extremely low-income housing. But what I find particularly disturbing when I start thinking about this whole thing is that even with those projections and even with those hopefully this effort at every 8 years forcing us to look at this in our community, what did we have? 3% for low income? That was pretty striking. Now, the reason I brought up the Section 8 and the reason I brought up some of the existing housing, those things, and I brought those up earlier in the study session, I've heard many times in many arguments about these numbers and about how we do this projection. This same discussion, in fact, this meeting could have been an ABAG meeting. I'm sorry, guys, but it was exactly the same issues, minus the Calson property, but we won't go there. Because that's really Bader Point Field, so what the heck. Anyway, so we have these same issues in every single community. How do we go forward and meet the needs of all of our community? And I say we're doing, in the Bay Area at large, a fairly poor job of addressing a range of housing needs. We have folks that we need that you're going to pay at a lower income than what some of our city makes. And the reason, they're your service folks often. They're people that
wait your tables and do your dry cleaning and provide for, the gas station and the various convenience stores and the grocery clerks. Those people need housing too. And the offset and the nexus with transportation is that if you don't provide it here, then what happens repeatedly out there on the highways is that people live further and further out and they have to come in. And that's wrong. That is anti-environmental. So it's this balance. In this particular element, we are taking, and the county didn't share units. It has sometimes in the past. Some cities have wanted more units. The county didn't do that in that same way this time. But we managed to find places that actually look at densifying areas that are already dense, places around here, for example. I know about changing character of my neighborhood because I live in this neighborhood and it's changed dramatically. But I can tell you that this is a policy document intent on making us look at the issues I'm bringing up tonight. And I hope we do move forward on some of the things that some of you brought up, rent stabilization as an example, or some kind of effort at taking into account what already exists in our supported housing, but also making a place so our seniors don't have to move to Grass Valley to survive, so that our seniors don't have to move sometimes out of state to survive, that we actually have a community that addresses the needs of every age group. So I'm very supportive of those things, and I am thankful, as difficult as it is doing this, at least the state makes us look at this every 8 years. So I'm not happy all the time with the numbers. In fact, I'm not happy at all. I think projections are off on a routine basis. ABAG is the association, it's the 9-county Association of Bay Area Governments. I happen to be one of the San Mateo County representatives on that. My first meeting was like I've had a flashback to the 60s with the picket signs and everything else, but it was at 2 in the morning, we were still hearing public comment. It was exactly the same issues we struggle with, that we struggle with in this community, how to do this. I know that we're under the gun to do this particular, to approve this tonight. The reason I don't have a problem approving it is because it is a policy document and each and every item in here would have to come back before us. I think also that we were able to bring this to some kind of orderly inclusion in our neighborhoods makes a certain amount of sense. I would like some of the things corrected, but I was actually looking up to the point about the census data. They didn't actually have the census data when they started making the formulas this time around, which may be part of the problem to some points out there. I was just happening to read that in one of the articles about the RENA numbers. The other thing I would like to point to besides that is that it doesn't change anything. We aren't changing, and that's what I appreciate about the areas that you found. We aren't changing and the areas that are in the element. We are trying to make and show the state that we can accommodate if we have to, what we can accommodate. But I hope that this is more than just a planning document, that we actually go forward and look at the extremely low and the low-income housing piece and how to support that. And I also hope that in our general plan we do some real assessment of things like what already exists, which RENA numbers don't include. Last but not least, I just wanted to say one thing about open space in Parkland. I am incredibly grateful to the Pacifica Land Trust for being such a great partner, because over the about 3 years of working on the priority conservation area, the issues about protecting the Pedro Point headlands and moving forward on that. They've been a real champion. And I would like to see the open space in Parkland, which was the reason Parkland was added to it, actually take on those same issues and move those forward as well. So I appreciate the protection of our open space. I also particularly like the conservation element, because then some of these things are not controversial, they're out of that. So Julie, and as a member of both, I appreciate you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Any other council members want to start? Councilmember Keener?
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Neidhart's comments, and I echo them. So I want to start with a table from the housing element. It shows unmet housing unit needs for 2007 to 2014, and low income. And I won't get into the definitions of all of this. We'll just, we assume that low income is low. Low income is...
Table 1?
Table 2-13, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thanks.
Yes. Low income was 1 unit. Extremely low income and very low income were 0 units. So 1 unit for all of those, and about 200 units for median and moderate income. And the reason, I think, is what I said earlier, that the primary reason is that the difference between what the housing costs to build and market and what low-income people can pay, okay? And so our challenge is to make up that difference. And obviously, we're not going to do it with city funds, because we just don't have any. So, but we're not alone in being concerned about this problem. All over the peninsula, people are terribly concerned about it. It's the #1 topic at all of the, whatever they are, the Council of Cities? Yeah, okay.
Council of Cities,
CPAG,
you name it.
Yeah, okay. So it's a problem that doesn't have a solution yet, and we just have to keep working on it. With respect to the Open Space Committee, I would support giving them review capability of any properties that they feel that they should look at, and have them do that prior to the Planning Commission and then pass it on to the Planning Commission. I think that's reasonable, and so we'll see if my other fellow council members will agree with me on that. I think Mary Ann does already. Rent stabilization, I think that we have to seriously consider this, but there are serious constraints on what properties can be subject to this. So single-family homes are not subject to rent stabilization, and apartments built after something like 1996 are not subject to rent stabilization. So even if you successfully do put all the mechanisms in place to have this, it's only going to be in older apartment buildings, which, to be fair, we have a fair number of in Pacifica. And I think that's it, so I'll stop there.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
Yeah, as mentioned before, driving forces to me are water, fresh water, because I like to live forever. And I want you to live forever too. And the other thing is in our streets, people are displaced, means they're being put in the streets. And I can think in my head right now of several families that will be in the streets. So I find that maybe we're just too accepting of all these things. For years, we go through this talk about affordable, and I'm also, in my other job, I begin to realize that there are very caring people of all economic stratas who really want to care about their fellow residents who cannot on their own meet payments to keep them off the streets. So the people I know have jobs. They have jobs, they may even have a voucher, and they are going on the street. So I think I don't want to be that accepting, and I'm encouraged by the fact that there is an organization, so I think there's more than one, and could be more. They have an interesting name called Brilliant Corners, and they were started to help developmentally disabled to have housing, affordable housing, and then they have, in the last 2 years, broadened to help veterans. And it actually works. So I'm thinking that there must be other low-cost, or what do they call them, below-market housing developers, so that I would like to see our city take a proactive stance. I know we're getting better staffed. And I just don't want to be accepting. This is just not good enough. I would like to see us reach out and try to reach people like that and see what other realtors and developers would be willing to step to the plate, because where is funding going to come from unless we lock arms and think together and find some way of doing this before we have ourselves with water wars and haves and have-nots. That really is a nightmare. I just don't want to be part of standing by and letting that happen right in my own, while I'm existing on this society. So I'm just suggesting that, or pleading, that we don't just accept. And regarding those numbers, I don't know why do I just accept those things? Why in the past haven't I been more assertive? And I'm an advocate by profession, and advocacy doesn't end, and I think I need to step it up. What am I saying? I'm saying that we just accept these numbers. Okay, so you have to have a reasonable perspective, and that's reasonable, and that's caring, and so but the wand, it appears to me it's like a wand, and I would like to say that we step up and show leadership and say, wait a minute, get to know our communities, at least ours, before you start wanding, passing out the shuffle of the dice and say, this is appropriate for you. I would really like to have more local say in talking to the regional, because after all, the regional people are who? They're ourselves. They're representatives from our own communities. So I'd like to see that we step out and say, wait a minute, let's, and that goes for the state as well. The state is made up of senators and assemblymen that we elect, and a governor that we elect. And I just would like to see that we exercise a little bit proactive, ahead of the game talk, so that when we get numbers, we participated in that. So I'm seeing too that staff would like some directions. I have a bunch of stuff here. One of them was the open space. You would like direction to staff. I think we may have a concurrence on this, that the open space task force, which already is a reference, I think it is there, that we just direct staff to put it into the documents. That housing is one of them, general plan is another. The climate action plan, I think looking for data to help us determine how many housing elements and what kind of population we dare to try to grow to, that the climate action plan would help us to have water and energy aspects in there so that we are being responsible when we consider housing, et cetera. I think I was clear enough, I hope, on the affordability thing. I really think that we need to grab onto that and be more proactive. I was concerned that in the different maps we have, I don't see creeks. Creeks are fresh water, and we have quite a lot of creeks. I was drawing on the map where I know some creeks are. I would really hope that we could ask staff to delineate creeks a little better, and to, I noticed that the water board wasn't in the list on the one sheet of, I think it's environmental, that we need to check in with them. They're going to ding us anyway if we don't. So we want to be very careful about our creeks. It's extremely important. And we have one that's, I know I'm a broken record on this, but the steelhead is being protected, and there's lots of money which helps residents to shore up the erosion on their backyards. I think we should be in line for some of that. Transportation, I believe the climate plan, maybe it's been revised, but I know one of my concerns the first time of the climate plan was here again, we're just too accepting. I think we need to be very aggressive. Even the local coastal plan claims that communities should be looking to public transportation. Again, that's like affordable housing and the water issue. I think we need to take leadership and argue. One argument I found that does ring a bell when you're talking outside of your city limits is that we are an asset to the state. So if we're an asset to the state, we're an asset to the county, we're an asset to ourselves. On this May, the local channel from California had interviewed the mayor of Watsonville, and on the headlines of the channel 108, was Watsonville rocks. So I thought, well, we have to worry about economy and paying for things. What makes Watsonville rock? Watsonville rocks because it has ocean and hills 2 miles away. We have ocean and hills a few blocks away. They also have seasonal issues with employment, so they have a certain amount of time when they have very bad unemployment. So trying to tie in all of our housing and environmental stuff with how to pay for things, we need a strong economy, and that tying all these together so that, say it again, our environment is our economy, how we can really get to the point where we actually wed all these things together so that we get more money to help on all of these things. The Calera Park part, we're in the 21st century. This is 2015. We're at least, 15 years into the 21st century. I think we could craft some language that congestion management is very important, for example, utilizing and researching intelligent traffic systems. I don't think that would drive anybody out of their minds. So the height issue was mentioned too. I think this community has always had a strong sense of height, and I think that looking at extending Palmetto and the different lots on Palmetto and Francisco and mixed use, that we could have a lot more housing, and we don't have to be going up into high rises in order to meet housing affordable, et cetera, in our community. So I don't want to, and the other item was character, the use of the word character. I think to sum it all up is, in our housing plan, in our general plan, we're talking about who we are and protecting each one of us and all our economic brackets. So I would concur with those things, and I ask for the new one that wasn't mentioned, but something about looking at creeks and putting something in there for our general plan, but we're on the housing.
Right.
Oh, I did have a question. Where does the growth, what do we call it?
The growth policy?
Yeah, where does the growth policy come in on all this?
Management policy.
The growth control, how's that,
It's in the report.
control ordinance, so that's still fine the way it is?
That's correct. It would
that's
take me a
staying
few
that way?
minutes. I'm sorry. It would take me a few minutes to find the exact reference, but as Councilmember O'Neill
That's all right, I have
mentioned,
it right here.
there is discussion of it in the draft housing element. It states that in the future, it could be a constraint to housing construction, which by its very nature, it was designed to be, I believe, at one point.
Right, okay.
However, the draft housing element indicates that at this point, it's not a constraint. Housing development has lagged such that all of those annual allocations have accumulated to the point where the city could easily accommodate
Okay, thank
all
you.
anticipated growth in the future.
Thanks.
Page 57, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those comments. And Councilmember O'Neill?
Okay, just get back to the housing element. I'm supportive of this, and we are kind of under the gun that we have to do this tonight or face the consequences and throw ourselves on the sword. What I do, in response to like kind of Mary Ann's comments, I do appreciate the fact, since I've been on council 3 years, it's the first time I've had a chance to see a document that actually crystallizes and puts the information all in one document, you know, for review and learning. We're all talking about, you know, funds from the state and the funds from these people and these people, but in looking at the growth, the housing element, there's some low-hanging fruit that I would maybe, if some of the other council would like to see, is there's stuff that in this document we could do that maybe look at, and that was just like the inclusionary zoning ordinance is at 15. Is it possible, legal, or customary to maybe jack that up to maybe 20% of a development becoming affordable housing. Also, just looking at the parking standards, we don't allow, if someone applies for a project in Pacifica, we don't allow tandem parking to be included, while other towns, I know Daly City does, as tandem parking, which is one car behind another. Well, that would allow us to actually maybe approve a couple in-law units, et cetera. And I would like to see if more, you know, if a majority of council agrees, to ask staff to come back with some of the low-hanging fruits that are within our power to actually change and do something with our own ordinances. I do think one of the big issues we are going to be facing, that at least I've gone out to a couple different streets, is as people do additions on their houses and add a room or whatever and they rent it out, parking is becoming a big issue on the streets. I know I just visited with somebody down in Lindemar, and they live on a dead-end street, and one person it's a Lindemar rancher that has a couple additions, and they actually now have over 9 cars for the one house, and it's all at the end of one court, you know, which you know, has the ripple effect. So I would think maybe we might want to look at some sort of standards, but we don't allow the tandem parking there or whatever. So I think it's something that we should maybe address and almost have a study session just on affordable housing, below market rate housing, workforce housing here in Pacifica. And I think it would be good. I mean, the largest landowners in Pacifica are the 2 school districts, and it would be interesting to talk to them to see if there is any possibility of some of their land being used for affordable market workforce housing, below market rate housing, because I think that might be a good idea to look at. But other than that, I do agree with all the comments that were said earlier in the study session about more public input. I mean, I was on the committee that Anna Booth referred to, and frankly, I didn't remember I was on the committee because I had so few meetings, and she told me I was on it, so I'm taking her word for it. But that was over 4 years ago, and I've been to like 2 meetings for that committee, other than when I was on city council. So I do definitely agree that we should have some more meetings for the general plan updates. But generally, I'm supportive of the housing element as stated. I do want to ask this, but we can make amendments tonight that would, like somebody mentioned about the mobile home park, that we could make amendments tonight that would be added to the element when it's sent to the state, correct? We just have to state them or get them blessed by the lawyer? Okay.
That's correct. You can make amendments in the proper format to do that. I'll defer to the city attorney.
Okay. That was kind of a rhetorical question. Okay, thank you.
It's you.
Okay. I think everything on this topic has really been eloquently expressed, so I'm going to try to keep mine relatively short. I agree with the housing element. Obviously, we are in a very challenging time where we have great concerns about gentrification and affordable housing, and yet at the same time, we really want to preserve our community and make it a place that we love and we've always known. So it is something, it's a great opportunity for us to make a lot of great decisions and do things the real proper way, and I am incredibly grateful for everybody coming tonight because it really does give a nice overview of how people are feeling and what's going on in the community. So again, thank you everybody for being here and the great report as well. I know a lot of time and energy and many years have gone into this housing element, so I'm very appreciative of all of that work and the work that you're doing now. Let's see, how do I want to address? So I was going to just ask if you can comment on the climate action plan and its incorporation into the housing element. I see on the report there was a recommendation that we should actually be thinking broader and not looking at the housing element, but actually be looking at the general plan.
I agree.
That's right. So there was a comment letter on the draft negative declaration that requested that the housing element be revised to incorporate more directly a number of the elements within the climate action plan. In the response to that, I indicated that it was my opinion that the draft housing element already contained a number of elements that were consistent with the climate action plan. And specifically, there was a request to incorporate an item related to transportation demand management. So it was my feeling that it wasn't necessarily appropriate to include that in the housing element. It's traditionally aligned more with commercial and job creating activities.
Okay.
But should the council want to analyze that, it's possible to do it in the future.
Okay. Great. And is it typical, do you see it being included as part of the general plan instead of the housing element? Or how often do you see something like this being done? Is it?
Yes, it certainly could be incorporated into the general plan, and then probably in a more general way,
Right.
and then incorporated more specifically as we do zoning ordinance updates to implement the general plan.
Great, thank you. And I just also wanted to say that I'm supportive of the changes being made for the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. I think that's very appropriate, and as I believe Dinah said, you can look at it two ways. I really did feel like that was already a part of the committees, but it's great for the clarification, and thank you for all the work you do on open space. Might as well make sure that you understand how appreciative we are of the work that you're all doing. Let's see, if there was anything else. In terms of the rent stabilization policy, I just want to say that when we had our goal-setting session, we definitely prioritized affordable housing. It is on the top of our list of things that are incredibly important for us to be looking at in Pacifica, and I think that's a whole other agenda. So I'd like to, I know that the in lieu housing fees is coming up on our agenda in a next couple council sessions.
Yeah, it's coming up as part of the budget. I believe it's the June 8th meeting we have it scheduled. And just going back to the work plan, there is an item on that for staff to prepare the options available for the council to consider related to affordable housing.
Okay.
So both of those things, one's coming on June 8th and the other one will be coming later on in the new fiscal year.
Okay, great. That's excellent. I was just going to say something else about, and just a lot of people here and in the audience mentioned how important it is to, to include and have these committees on what are we doing going forward when it comes to affordable housing. And I know we have, I think it's AB 32 that actually, the cap and trades, the 60% of the monies go to a variety of livable communities and affordable housing, things like that. So moving forward,
Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. Moving forward, there are a lot of bills and things that are going to be incorporating affordable housing in them. So, okay, and if there was anything else that needed to be addressed? And I agree with keeping the Calson property off of this housing element, and I think I've addressed all of the questions that you had. And then I see several lights on right here, so I'm not sure who came first, so I'm just going to go down the list. Councilmember Keener?
Yeah, this is short. What is co-housing?
Oh, yeah.
I'm displaying my ignorance here, but somebody tell me.
Sure. So co-housing is a particular type of housing development that attempts to be a more comprehensive type of development as opposed to the parcelization and sort of private castles of each property owner. Rather than that, it proposes to have communities that choose to live with one another. They choose to share outdoor and indoor community spaces. A common manifestation of this is community kitchens and community dining rooms where people actually come out of their own homes to prepare meals with unrelated individuals, so members of other residences in their neighborhood. And so it's a model that has been included in the last 2 iterations of our housing element, I believe. Mm-hmm. It hasn't taken off as a particular development type that's feasible or desirable here in the view of particular property developers, but it's included in the housing element.
So is this one that you've axed from the housing element, or is it included? Or
Staff had initially proposed to discontinue this action program. The last 2 housing elements didn't trigger any development, but in response to public comments and Planning Commission direction, staff returned the item into the draft general plan as an ongoing policy.
Okay.
Great. Councilmember Neihardt?
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I laughed and I apologize that the cap and trade, the bulk of it's going for high-speed rail.
Oh, yeah, well.
But this little bit they're going to bring back to our community, this little bit has affordable, has affordable housing attached to it. You are absolutely correct. But high-speed rail gets the majority, yes. I just wanted to actually make the motion. Before I make a motion, wanted to make a clarification about the Skyview Estates. Is that necessary to go in here? I mean, our ordinance exists, but if it will make people feel better, it's fine.
Well, I mean, I defer to staff, but I don't believe that it's necessary, but I don't know that it's prohibited. I mean, you can, but I don't think it's necessary to include it in the housing. The housing element would still be sufficient without it in there.
Yeah, it is our only area that we have any kind of rent anything, so maybe we should, I think it probably makes sense to mention it so it isn't overlooked.
So my suggestion, because I think there might be other areas where there might be some clarifications or amendments to the current draft of the housing element, that council should have a discussion about what those potential modifications or amendments that you'd prefer, and then staff can then hopefully condense those down into thoughtful amendments and then identify where specifically in the housing element they would go.
And
is that something staff is prepared to do? Okay, nice. So if the council could just have a discussion right now, if there are modifications or anything.
That's the only one I wanted to make.
Okay, so that's one.
Could you repeat it, please?
It's the issue of making sure that we acknowledge Skyview Estates, and I think there was language suggested where we have our, what do we call it?
The rent stabilization ordinance.
I'm sorry, between Payne and rent stabilization, that's what I was going to say, that's the only area, so probably adding that and making sure it's noted in the plan makes sense.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem DeGree.
I'm sorry, maybe it's because it's getting late, but I missed what your question was to Kristen also.
About the CAP? About Climate Action Plan or?
Maybe it was Climate Action Plan. What was your question?
Oh, I just asked if it was more appropriate to put it in the general plan versus putting it in the housing element.
More elements in
And
A
there-
more broader sense of covering more
It's in
the whole
here.
general plan rather than the housing element. And they had given a recommendation here we can look at really quickly.
So the question, if you go that way, then if somebody in a housing element comes up, does it automatically pull in from the general plan? I mean, I just don't like to see things get lost. So we're saying put it in the general plan because it'll cover the housing element? Is that what we're saying?
No, it's in the,
Well, the general plan doesn't exist as its own entity. The general plan is comprised of various elements, and so.
But in the housing element is
It
one
was,
of them.
it was staff's opinion that the housing element may not be the most appropriate place. You're talking really about land use issues and transportation-related issues, so
Okay.
it's my opinion the land use element and/or the circulation element might be a more appropriate place.
I get it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember O'Neill?
I just kind of wanted clarification after listening did I misunderstood, I don't know who the guy was that did this, the PowerPoint with about the general plan, but I understood him to say when Councilmember DeGree asked a question that everything north of IBL would become, on the North Palmetto would become visitor serving zoning, or which would then include the mobile home park.
no.
Did I misunderstood that? Misunderstand that, sorry.
I think he was confused as to the location of the mobile home park, so it is still designated medium-density residential in the draft general plan.
Okay,
Then the area north of that is low-intensity visitor serving.
okay. I just wanted to be sure, well, low intensity, then that would get into the patisserie and the auto shops and stuff like that, right? Okay, one. Also, in response to Commissioner Campbell's, I would also endorse looking at North Palmetto and trying to kick that because it would seem a natural extension if we're doing South Palmetto to do North Palmetto. So there is some uniformity. And also, if we do have some sort of talk or meeting or study session, whatever, about affordable housing, I would think affordable housing could be a very good part of any sort of economic plan, because the people buying a $4 million house up in Harmony One are not going to be spending their money at Lindemar Shopping Center, while someone that's, working poor will be spending their money locally at different shops. So I would like to maybe look at, is there some sort of staff position that could be developed to outreach to some of the empty commercial spots to see about rehabilitation and redevelopment of those spots to some sort of affordable housing and mixed use or whatever. That's just an option type of thing.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Keener?
Yeah. So I wonder whether we need to have something in the housing element on the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. You guys had said you support the review and the use, the non-binding review.
I do, but I don't,
Right, it's in here. It's in the recommendations.
it doesn't belong in there.
I was just saying what what the Planning Commission had recommended. I lost my page. But regarding the language that the Planning Commission had advised, and I was approving, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. So, as I recall, the Planning Commission approved retaining the open space task force report, correct?
That's correct. There's a bit of a nuanced distinction between the two aspects related to the Open Space Parkland Advisory Committee and the Open Space Task Force report. So the Planning Commission supported ensuring that staff references the Open Space Task Force report when reviewing development applications. What the Planning Commission did not take a position on, and what we're seeking council direction on, is whether to refer development applications to a study session or some other format before the Open Space Parkland Advisory Committee.
Right. Okay.
Right. Sorry about that. It's
Okay.
confusion.
Yeah, and so I wonder if there's support for, a sentence or two
Housing element.
supporting that.
That's what Dinah was
Yeah.
referring to.
So we need to be clear.
That's what I was referring to, both of them, actually.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, we're a little bit unclear. Is that?
Are you recommending that go into the housing element? We need to be clear, and if so, where do you think that should go?
Doesn't relate.
So on page 11 of the agenda report in table 4, there's an item listed, modify ongoing policy number 4.4.D.6 in the draft housing element, which is on page 100 of the version before the council this evening. That's the location where this mandating of referrals to the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee would be
So
inserted.
it would be really important, whenever a recommendation is made by the council, that you follow up with where exactly in the housing element that should be placed, so that it's a clear record. Because we're making changes here tonight without the benefit of having a written document that contains those changes.
I think it was.
What was the page number again?
100 or?
We cut the page.
You said 100, but it's not on 100.
Here. Can I?
I just had it's table 4. I'll find it.
Looks so much nicer.
Two. You want me to read this too? Packet page 57, but page 11.
57?
Talk.
You see her?
I talk?
Of course, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Councilmember Nyhart.
I just wanted to say that I would assume that the resolution that we passed would allow this to happen. Your reading of it doesn't allow it to happen. So I think then we clarify the resolution that forms the committee, and that something as specific as a committee is not necessarily appropriate for a general plan document. And that, because committees change based on the needs. The Open Space Task Force are time limited. The report that they did, we absolutely endorsed and we still use. We still have a committee that we need to have reviewing things related to open space in the community. I agree with that intent, and if we need to clarify it, we need to clarify it in that resolution, which sounds like it's due to come back, but I think it's way too specific for a general plan document that sets forth how many years when you may decide that Parkland needs to be split off and be its own thing, and then you've got it in your general plan. I think we should, next meeting, bring it back as a resolution, but that'd be my suggestion.
I think that is very doable, and you're right that the Open Space and Park Advisory Committee is scheduled to meet with you on June 4th.
Perfect.
Great. Is that?
I agree, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Oh, okay, so what you just said, translate that for me regarding the housing element. It has nothing to do with the housing element. Am I hearing that?
We're going to bring that back to the council for action, separate, related just to the committee's resolution.
Which
Let
would
you
be
clarify
a
that.
task for that committee, right? Not
Just be a clarification for what you are expecting and asking them to take on. So we can take care of it outside of the housing element.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking, is
resolution.
outside of the, yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay,
It's
and
part of
then,
its task.
no, okay.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question? So is it Councilmember Nyhart's intent to remain silent on that issue in any sort of amendment to the the draft housing element, or to generalize the statement that housing projects should be referred to the appropriate open space advisory body in the event that that body should change at some point.
I saw that, but that was. Should not be.
That's different.
No, I don't think so either.
But that's modifying it, and I don't think we need to modify it. I'm
As
saying,
long as it's understood right in the.
yeah.
Right.
I'm not remaining silent, I'm saying it doesn't belong there.
Right.
It
Yeah.
belongs in the resolution that chartered the committee, which is what we do with all of our committees now.
Yeah, I
And-
think we're okay with what you already have, and that's
So
it.
let's add it for clarification, so nobody is confused by it, even though it was the intent. And people wanted that clarification that night, and we just didn't give it to them, so let's give it to them now.
Great.
Well, give it to them next week.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
Did we,
Next month, yeah.
are we clear on the Clara
Creek
Yes.
or Highway 1?
Yes, thank you.
So what, do you have a question regarding that? Do you want to know if has the language been modified, or are you happy with the modification?
Right. What is the language at this point? What are you hearing from us?
So you,
Can we,
Yes.
Can we try
Is that-
resolution
Where are we on this?
so I think the question is, have you modified the language regarding Clara Creek from the original draft plan?
Yes, the language was revised to make it more generic and neutral in terms of the future prospects of that project. And it's been updated to reflect the latest developments as of this date with the ongoing lawsuit related to the project.
Okay, great, thank you. Does that clarify for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Is everybody clear on that? The Clara Creek has been modified in this, that's what the question that Sue asked.
Yeah, it already was in there.
Right,
Yeah.
it's already been.
It's already in there, so the document we would be.
Well, we mentioned it several
accepting. I mean,
times, so-
Clara Creek is not mentioned.
There's no need for an amendment.
Right.
Yeah, no need for an amendment, that
Correct.
wasn't mentioned. So the only thing we need to do is add whatever writing you've got about our rent.
Stabilization.
Yeah, okay,
In Skyview.
That's it.
Skyview Estates, or.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pacific
So I have
Skies.
language for your consideration.
Perfect.
On motion. So for your consideration, the motion would be moved to adopt a resolution adopting A, the negative declaration prepared for the housing element, and B, the draft housing element of the general plan for period 2015 through 2023 with the following change. Add a note to table 4.1 stating that 93 units at the Pacific Skies Estates Mobile Home Park are subject to the rent stabilization ordinance, and note in appropriate locations in the housing element that older mobile homes in Pacific Skies Estates will continue to be replaced.
what she said.
Right.
So you allow, okay.
Councilmember Nihart.
I move adoption of resolution adopting the negative declaration prepared for the draft housing element of the general plan for the period 2015 to 2023 and the draft housing element of the general plan for the period 2023, also known as the general plan amendment GPA 9015. With that added note, do I need to repeat it?
No.
Because I don't have it all down here, but it's about Skyview and it's about rent stabilization.
Pacific Skies.
Yeah, Pacific Skies. Right.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no other comments, we can vote.
Yes. There you go, read it.
Okay, and that passes 5-0. You guys want to take a break, or you want to,
Oh, let's plow forward. I'm now
Plow
glued to
forward?
this seat. You're going to have to pry me out with a crowbar.
I've lost the agenda again.
Oh, God.
okay, and I'm just going to ask everybody to please keep our next item brief. It's council communications.
Oh, we're not, I thought we were taking a break. We're not? Oh.
We're going to just try to march through. The purpose of council communications is for council members to inform each other of items of potential interest to other council members and the community, such as interagency meetings. Who would like to start? Councilmember Nihart.
I'm going to make it short if the acting chief Steidl would come forward. I want to make sure that you know that our police department is continuing.
Come on, man.
Is he coming up here? Did he even hear me?
Yeah.
He's walking off with a general plan.
Chief Steidle. So for everybody, excuse me. Sorry, we're going on with the meeting. So everybody knows that our police department has actually done an amazing job of taking a leadership role with mental health in the county. And so in the continuing saga, I would like to give you 2 tapes on working with bipolar disorders in the field, and I would also like to suggest that you contact Orange County again, or Orange, the city of Orange, and get the additional ones and distribute them in the county like we've done in the other times. So these are for you.
All right, I very much appreciate that, Councilmember Nyhart. We used the previous ones that you had. They're a very good program, and we will continue our efforts to be a leader in the county in this area.
Perfect. And the additional comment that I wanted to make is Thursday, we really will be hearing the first go-around of a presentation by Supervisor Pine. Now, this has been, as I mentioned last time, talked about a lot among city managers and some other people, but never before electeds. It's now down to 2 entities, I don't know if you read that, but where they're going to look at a special district or the county as running sea level rise, an agency for sea level rise, and flood control. Again, with each piece, it went from stormwater and groundwater. Now each of them went down to flood control. The issues with combining all these agencies are, in fact, there are flood control districts that already exist. And then there are flood control areas that, what are they going to do for those? So there's a lot of nuts and bolts to be worked out. But we are going to be hearing it at the City and County Association of Governments. So I just thought I'd let you know that.
Okay. Councilmember O'Neill.
I attended the JPA for the library system, and I was just kind of going over, but it was nice that the San Mateo County Library System was just judged to be number 2 in the state for their quality. They've overtaken Berkeley, but we're the next target, Santa Monica, and we are actually rated 15 nationwide by the libraries, by the standards for public libraries. So that was really kind of cool. I also just wanted to inform the public, I will be missing the next 2 council meetings as I'm going in for some surgery. So I will be missing the next 2 council meetings.
Yeah. Thank you. And we just want you to take care of your health. So, Councilmember Keener.
I attended the One Bay Area open house last Wednesday night, and the breakfast meeting on affordable housing. And that's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Just want to remind everybody that tomorrow's Economic Development Committee meeting at 6 o'clock at the Police Department. Really encourage participation in that. And congratulations to the Pacifica Police Cadets. They had a competition in Sacramento, and I hate to say, I don't remember, I think they came in 2nd or 3rd. But anyway, it was nice to see that they did so well.
Okay, thank you. And I attended the Beautification Committee meeting and the Library Foundation meeting, both doing great work and working hard for our community. So I always enjoy going to those, attending the Economic Development meeting tomorrow. And the new Economic Development Manager, I believe, is she going to be there tomorrow? That will be really great to get her going on the Economic Development Committee meeting. And then the Legislative Committee meeting on Thursday, and variety of other things. So looking forward to participating in many of the upcoming events. And with that,
Oral communication.
Moved? I don't know what this.
Oh, the next meeting is at a different date.
Oh.
It's June 4th? well,
Yeah, please, go for it.
I just wanted to state, because of attendance issues, I'm one of them, the second meeting in May has been moved to June 4th. And I just wanted to kind of publicly announce that. So the next council meeting will be June 4th, and the one after that will be June 8th, right? So.
Thank you for that reminder, Councilmember O'Neill. And with that, we are now on to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issues that are not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for the meeting can be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any individual member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 21118. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who become boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by the presiding officer, and if such conduct continues, may at the direction of the presiding officer be ordered barred from further audience before the council during the meeting. So, and thank you all for your patience for waiting this long to speak at oral communications. And with that, I'd like to invite Mary Ann Willett up to speak. You've been very patient, and I appreciate it very much.
So I'll pick up where I was. Basically, I was saying that this person was moving all this dirt around onto my property. So anyway, I called the building department and the planning department. A building inspector responded, and I was informed that there were no permits issued, and it is illegal to move any dirt without a permit. At this time, there was a stop order issued. Later, a code enforcer walked the property with me, taking numerous photos and writing many notes. Fortunately, I followed him and took the same photos and several others that I thought important. I was assured by the code enforcer that this pile of rubbish that had been pushed over to my property would be removed and the property returned to original condition before the first rain, and that I had no need to concern myself about it falling into my creek. About a month ago, there was a large fire at the back of Rockaway, and all of a sudden this pile of debris that I was afraid was going to create a slide into my backyard became a fire hazard. The brush and small trees that had been piled partially on my property had now been drying for a year and were like a tinderbox. Fortunately, the fire never got totally out of control and did not get down to where I'm located. I made yet another appointment with the planning department. Chris Coppola and I have been to at least 4 meetings with the city manager and planners over the past year, and it was only recently revealed to us by the new planner, Kim, that I can't pronounce her last name, looked into the files and told us that the only thing in the confidential file is a few scraps of paper with some notes, no photos, and not much more. She suggested I file a civil suit if I wanted anyone besides myself to clean this mess up. There's now a gentleman named Javier Diaz Macias that has submitted plans for 2 enormous homes, exact duplicates, coincidentally to be built right where the original clearing was done. He claims no knowledge or responsibility for any of this clearing. He claims to be building his dream home. I ask anyone to consider, if they were building their dream home, would they build an exact twin side by side using up practically every flat area of land? I think not. We have been deceived from day one. I believe that there are about 5 builders who are acting like they are working independently but are actually acting in concert, whose only concern is to jam in as many homes as possible, as quickly and cheaply as possible, to make a quick profit with little concern about the disaster they leave behind in Rockaway Beach. We live in a beautiful area with a very unique neighborhood. The homes are various sizes and designs and portray a country effect. We do not and do not want to look like a Daly City subdivision. I think it's imperative that the city has guidelines for development of all undeveloped streets, AKA paper streets. At this time, there are no basic requirements, so every builder just goes in and does what he wants. Secondly, general contractors in this city inflict the same damage throughout our city, time after time, without consequence. I would like a system in place where they would be held responsible for their misconduct, documented their behavior, and inflict penalties and fines for their repeated disregard for our rules. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Marianne. Okay, and then John Willett.
Yeah, I'm her husband.
That's right. Figured that one.
We had a terrible fire in Rockaway where many of the residents there had to evacuate. And fortunately, our block, we didn't have to evacuate, but there was a real extensive smoke. That caused a group of Rockaway residents to get together to meet to find out their concerns about fire and slides and floods. And we as a group got together and we had some specific things that we'd like the city to consider. And those are, prior to any development on any undeveloped street in Rockaway Beach, the city would require extensive studies as to the impact to the existing homes. These studies would cover traffic impact, sewage, mudslides, drainage, lighting, and most importantly, environmental and wildlife issues. The city needs to develop uniform guidelines for the development of underdeveloped streets or extensions of these streets, commonly referred to as paper streets. At this time, there appears to be no consistent approach. The particular area that is in jeopardy houses a magnificent grove of trees, mainly eucalyptus. This is a habitat of many species of wildlife. According to the city's Pacifica's Heritage Tree Ordinance, Section 4-12 of the Pacific Municipal Code, the city of Pacifica, through a resolution of the council, can determine a grove of trees, including eucalyptus, to be of special historical and environmental or aesthetic value. An environmental impact review, the general plan, lists Rockaway Beach as a high value, further analysis needed prior to development. Clarification of the city's code enforcement findings following the clearing of Odstead. There are existing rules regarding clearing land. Those, however, have not been followed. This is a peaceful and beautiful area, and please help us keep it protected. Also, we had 100 signatures from the residents of Rockaway asking that the city follow. It should be noted that there are already permitted destruction and excavation, and this debris has been left on adjacent property owners. At this time, no one is accepting responsibility for this damage. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, and the last card I have is from Ron Makel. Oh no, I have one more. You go. Come on, Ron. And then I have Joanne Wilson.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff. It's me again. I have some handouts here. Now, how do I deliver them? I can't do it by airmail, so I'll have to do. One is one for the city manager.
Give them to the city clerk.
Hey, Ron.
Should be giving them to you.
Just need to be concerned with the highlighted areas.
Thank you.
I think you were supposed to give those to the city clerk.
Whatever.
All right.
Okay, it's a document from the, what is this, improvement plan? Let me see here, where I can get to the front page here somewhere. Oh, yeah, the capital improvement program for Pacifica for the year 2007 and 2012. It has to do with Pedro Headlands Road. You know, I really appreciate that it looks like we're finally going to get that taken care of. But I want you to look at that document and tell me what it says at the bottom, where it says, the very bottom yellow thing. What does it say? 100% complete. Now, that was a project that was put on the fast track. And when I was on the Planning Commission and we had to approve this capital improvement program, I noticed that, and I brought it basically to the public's attention. So a particular council member did a public walk on the property. But before that, it was not being brought before the public. It was kind of a sneaky deal, and a lot of it was put on the fast track with the hopes that putting that trail, that the Park Service, the G-Generator, would take the property. That was the whole big initial goal with Pedro Headlands, was to get the G-Generator to take it, you know, because. But anyway, I just wanted to show you that. And my concern is it says bike lane up here. It says San Pedro Headlands Bike Lane. I want to make sure that the city, and I know the county is going to be the main, can help out a lot. So I just want to make sure that we have some say in how this trail, I want it to be a multi-use trail with pedestrian right-of-way, and I hope that it still takes your initial route from behind the Barolo restaurant, where that was, because that is the most ideal starting route. There's parking there, and it connects the closest to the coastal trail along the ocean there. So I just giving you that document to give you a little idea of the history of this project. So, but anyway, I hope that we have some say in what goes on there. That's all I want to end. Okay, folks? All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Then I have Joanne Wilson, followed by Clorinda Campagna.
Thank you. This is also on the proposed development on Rockaway Beach. I'm here to express my concern for the proposed development of at least 2 parcels adjacent to Rockaway Creek, and to seek your concurrence that additional planning work is needed prior to the development due to the unique characteristics of the site. I noticed in the FEIR for the general plan update that this area of the proposed development is identified as a high habitat value area, or one requiring further analysis prior to development. Although the FEIR does not identify Rockaway Creek as a perennial stream, many of my neighbors will confirm the presence of flowing water in the creek channel all year. And the FEIR describes the area as riparian mixed hardwood. As such, it includes many plants associated with wetlands, including equisetum or horsetail. Further, many of my neighbors living adjacent to Rockaway Beach, or Creek, tell me that their backyards are subject to flooding during the rainy season. I also noticed in the proposed general plan update, there are several policies in the conservation element having to do with protection of watersheds, proper management of watersheds, maintaining creeks as a resource, ensuring both access to and ecological functionality of the creek systems in Pacifica, retaining natural processes, enabling natural processes to occur on developed sites, and utilize these processes to enhance the built environment and users' experiences of it. Although my immediate concern is for the proposed development of the 2 parcels, I am also concerned about other undeveloped land along Rockaway Creek that has been subdivided into a number of potentially developable parcels. Just as we have a subdivided hillside parcels that are subject to the requirements of the Hillside Preservation District, undeveloped parcels in riparian areas also need additional zoning protection. The stated intention of the Hillside Protection District zoning designation is to place special controls on the proposed development within hillside areas in order to preserve and enhance their use, protect people and property from all potentially hazardous conditions, etc. A similar zoning overlay is warranted for riparian areas for similar reasons. My concern is that pending the approval of the general plan update, that projects such as this that are kind of in the permitting pipeline that would really benefit from the policies of this general plan would escape its attention. So with that, I would just ask that you consider something like a specific plan or a riparian ordinance to protect this area.
Thanks so much. Thank you for your comments. And the last card I have is from Clorinda. Nobody else.
I would like to, I just wish that all of those people who were here earlier would hear this announcement. Thanks to the Sam Mazza Foundation, their generosity again allows the doors to the castle, Sam's Castle, to be open for the tours presented by the Pacifica Historical Society. The annual tour begins Saturday, May 30th, Sunday, May 31st, which is almost sold out, and Saturday, June 6th, and Sunday, June 7th. The first tour begins at 9 a.m., and the last tour is at 3 p.m. Come and meet the castle ghosts who inhabited the castle before Sam had it. And they come alive when you're there visiting this historical building, which is, I think, more than 106 years old now, I think. So donation, adults, $25, children, $12. We have refreshments. You must make a reservation, and the phone number is 650-359-5462, and we encourage you to go to the website, pacificahistory.org, and you can make your purchase. Brown paper tickets. I also would like to mention, to put on your calendar, for the long-awaited opening celebration of the restored Little Brown Church building to the Pacifica Coastside Museum Center. It's open to the public on Saturday, July 25th, and everyone is welcome, and it is free. So thank you for paying attention to what the Historical Society is presenting. And just one more thing, a reminder about the citywide event, Relay for Life, July 18 and 19 at Terra Nova High School, which opens, the opening ceremony is at 10 a.m. The survivors have breakfast, they're treated to breakfast, and they begin the first lap. The luminaria ceremony is at dusk, and we have the candles that light the way through the night as people walk to celebrate and remember and fight back. So this citywide event is a very family-friendly oriented event, and it is the largest nonprofit fundraiser sponsored by the American Cancer Society. Come and enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those comments. Looking forward to it. And with that, I have no more cards for oral communication, so I'd like to do a check with everybody. Does anybody want a 5-minute break, or you want to? It's a time for the general fund budget. Do you need a stand-up, or are you okay? You okay?
Well, I'll stand up whether I'm okay or not.
Okay. All right. So
whether you go on or not, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll go either way.
Okay, then I'm going to continue to move on, and
go ahead.
Feel free to stretch.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. So our next item is consideration item 7, proposed 2015-16 general fund budget. And so I will need a staff report when you are all settled in there.
And Mayor Irvin, while the staff is setting up, I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce 2 new staff members to you.
Great.
One of them is sitting there, Cindy Mosser. She is our new financial services manager, and she's been here about 2 months now.
Thank God.
Yeah, and she's comes to Pacifica from Walnut Creek, where she held the same position, and she's just an excellent addition to staff. I'm really thrilled. The other person I'd like to call up to introduce is Ann Stedler. And Ann, why don't you just get to the podium real quick. Ann is our new Economic Development Manager.
Okay, great.
And she's been on the job now coming up on a week. And as Mayor Irvin mentioned, she'll be attending the Economic Development Committee meeting tomorrow, as will Tina Wehrmeister, because they haven't met Tina either. And so it'll be a good meeting tomorrow, I think. But I just wanted to call them out. I mentioned Ann in part because before you with the general plan budget includes some funding for economic development. Right. And she and I are going to come back to you on, I believe, June 8th with more information about how we propose to use the funding. But I wanted you to know that there is some money in the budget, and she and I are working on that. So.
Excellent news, and wonderful to meet you, and we look forward to working with you. Very nice.
And hopefully I filled up the time, so now Lorenzo can take over and
They're all ready.
shepherd you through the presentation.
Thank you. Sit down.
Honorable Mayor Irvin, Mayor Pro Tem Degree, and members of the Pacifica City Council. My name is Lorenzo Hines, your Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to present to you the 2015-16 proposed general fund budget. So let's talk about the revenue side, and then we'll talk about the expenditure side. Our revenues, currently our budget is currently $28.75 million. On the revenue side, our revenues reflect an increased tax revenues due to a positive economy. We're also reflecting the impact of a robust development activities that we anticipate for 15-16. We are also seeing increased department and program revenues and to reflect cost recovery measures. We also, we've got continued policy regarding the excess ERAF funds, which we continued last year. Our transfer in from Fund 34 to help us with the pension obligation bonds continue. And we've also increased various fees and charges also in an effort to make sure that we are recovering our cost. On the expenditure side, you'll see the implementation of our new Economic Development Division and the implementation of the 2015-16 work plan. You'll see the funding for the implementation of the general plan and housing element. There is also some realignment of staff to better address our current cost recovery of service. You'll also see some additional resources to address these increased development activities that I spoke of on the revenue side. No new positions. And we are also projecting our benefit costs will increase slightly. So on attachment 1 of your agenda package, you'll see the actual general fund budget, but I've laid it out here in a slide. Forgive me if the fonts are a little small, but we had a lot of information to get up there. But as you can see, we've gone from a $26.889 million budget in 14-15. We went from there to a $27.48 million budget, and now we're sitting at 28.75 million. So at a glance, this is what our general fund revenue pie looks like. As you can see, the property taxes comprise almost 10 million of our revenues. Sales tax comes in at 2, other taxes come in at 5.4. Our department program expenses are coming at 10.6 for this year, and we've got transfers in from various funds that total $797,000. Now, you'll notice this year, you'll notice that the department program slice is actually the bigger of all of the slices, and this reflects our increased emphasis in collecting and making sure that we recover as much of our cost as we can. On the expense side, you'll see the different departmental expenses. You see the police department, fire. Now, you'll notice on the prior slide that the property taxes aren't, at this point, at a level to actually cover public safety. And we actually have to bring in additional revenues just to cover public safety. So I just kind of wanted to bring that out. But you've got police and fire, you've got planning, Public Works. Planning comes in at 1.6, Public Works comes in at 2.5. Parks and Rec comes in at a little over 4 million, 4.1. Our non-departmental and transfers out are there as well. General government goes to 3.940 million, and so all total, that's 28.751 million. Now, some of the themes used in the budget development for this year, and they're going to seem familiar because we brought over a lot of themes from the prior year's budget because they were good themes. And so we've got cost recovery, where we're recovering our cost, and we're relying on our cost allocation plan and fee study to help us set the appropriate levels. We're making sure that we're living within our means. One-time money for one-time expenditures. And we're also maintaining our policy of increased financial transparency. You saw that with the long-term financial plan a couple of months ago, and you will continue to see that with the final 15-16 budget document. Now, I wanted to give you an overview of sort of the regional economic trends. The last time I was here with regional economic trends, we had data as of, I believe, mid-2014. Now we have data as of fall 2014, so I bring you more recent information. This information concerns the San Francisco Metropolitan Division, which consists of San Francisco, Marin, and San Mateo counties. The employment forecast for annual growth of 3% in 2015. So we anticipate employment will grow by 3% through 2015. The leading areas in this particular growth are the professional, scientific, and technical services, and it was the same group, same sectors that led the last time I briefed the council on these particular facts. However, there are other industries that are contributing to the job gains in this area, and it's the leisure and hospitality sector, the information sector, and our favorite sector, the government sector. So as a result of our employment forecast growing, our unemployment rate is projected to fall below 4% in 2015. Office rents for office properties are up 6.8%. And our taxable sales are projected to expand by 3.6 year over in 2015 and by an average of 3.2% in 2016. So sales taxes are doing well as all the other factors here. But I'm going to reiterate one point that I mentioned the last time I was here with this data. There is prosperity all around us. We as a city just have to figure out how to hook into it. And frankly, I think we're starting to see that in our revenue totals. Our budget timeline. So tonight we're talking about the recommended 2015-16 general fund budget. We're going to have some department presentations for general government, the Pacifica PD, planning and building, and fire. June 4th, we'll be back here doing more department presentations and also giving you presentations on the other government funds. We're going to also talk about the fee schedule and designated reserves. June 8th, we'll bring back the final economic development budget, and City Manager Timfo will tell you a little bit about that in a little bit. And we're going to talk about the capital improvement program, and we're also going to be prepared to provide final responses to any council questions or comments. And then June 22nd, we anticipate budget adoption. So let's talk about general government. So overall, general government has increased from 2014-15 to 2015-16 by roughly $675,000. Now, let me just give you a quick snapshot of what those increases consisted of. We last year transferred one of our staff from the Pacifica PD, an IT staffer, over to admin services. So that position moved from the PD to general government. So that's part of the increase. We've also had the establishment of the Economic Development Division. And City Manager Timfo, do you want to?
So the amount shown here as the total for that division is a little over $300,000. That includes the salary and benefits for Ann, who you met a few minutes ago, and an allocation of about $150,000 to move us toward the goals that the council has been discussing for some time. She and I will be coming back with more about a work plan, basically, on June 8th to tell you more about that.
So other elements of this difference consist of a work plan, or funding for our work plan to carry out council's goals. And there are some funding there in HR for additional funding for labor negotiations, and also some additional funding for our city attorney. And so those are sort of the increases in a nutshell.
So it's a reduction for the city attorney.
Yeah, well, after we adjusted,
how'd that happen?
After we adjusted it in 15-16, yeah, it went down. But the net is it went down, but we did add some funds to it. So, but thank you.
Yeah.
So, position changes, none. Other notable changes, again, the full year implementation of the Economic Development Division. We're still pursuing computer replacement for the city. We're just having to be smart and be a little more tactical about it. We're still looking at optimizing the city's financial systems. Right now, Lorenzo is trying to decide whether or not to buy a new system or to make do with the old system and make sure that we're getting everything out of the old system that we can. And I'm not convinced we're there yet. So that's why I haven't made that decision yet. We're looking to move to voice over IP for our phone systems. So in other words, instead of our phones being on landlines and hardwired, we would be speaking to folks over internet using the internet protocol. We're still looking at consolidating our insurance needs. We're actually moving pretty well in that area and hope to have that complete during 15-16. And last bullet, yours truly, along with the Pacifica negotiating team, is working with the other 8 bargaining units. And now we're going to bring up Chief Steidel, and he's going to give us the good news on the PD.
Orientation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Dan Steidel. I'm your interim chief of police, and it's my honor to present to you our proposed 2015-2016 fiscal year budget. And as we move forward with the budget, I just want to remind you that it is our mission, it is the mission of the men and women of the Pacifica Police Department to protect and serve the members of our community with the highest level of ethics, commitment, and professionalism. And as we do that, we do so by splitting our department into two divisions, which is how our funding is set up. The first division is the Field Services Division, and the second division is the Administrative and Investigative Services Division. Your Field Service Division is the most, it's the part of the police department that's most commonly seen by our citizens. It's also the largest. It's all the uniformed personnel that respond to the routine calls for services as well as the emergency calls for services. The Administrative and Investigative Services Division is comprised of all of our administrative personnel, being our front office clerks, our record supervisor. It also consists of our halftime property clerk, our halftime administrative assistant, as well as our evidence technician. Investigative services includes all of our detective personnel. So for the 2015-2016 fiscal year, it's proposed that our budget's going to be $8.878 million, which is roughly just under 1% above the 14-15 fiscal year. The bulk of that budget, roughly about 82% of it, is going to go for personnel costs, salaries, and benefits, as expected. The Field Services Division, which is again the largest division, takes up most of that budget at $6.073 million, and our Investigative and Administrative Services Division, which is much smaller, takes up approximately $2.8 million of that budget. Now, in terms of our general fund cost recovery, as you know, the police department isn't in the business of revenue generation. However, we do our best to try to recover a lot of the costs that we do incur. This year, we expect about $306,000, which equates to roughly 3.4% cost recovery. Some of those revenue items we have include training reimbursements, our rotational tow program, driving under the influence of alcohol, billing, recovering costs from those arrests that we make, vehicle release fees, alarm permits, false alarm fees, our live scan appointments. A large part of it is our vehicle code fines and narcotic forfeiture monies. So as we had last year, this fiscal year we have 37 full-time employees. That's what we're funded for. 33 of those from the chief of police position on down to the lowest tenured officer are sworn positions, and the rest of them are non-sworn administrative staff positions. Getting into a few things that we talked about last year that we were going to moving forward to, we promised you for this year that we've been successful in doing. First of all, the CERT medical branch, our community emergency response team. We promised you last year that for the 15-16 year, we would be beginning and have in place our CERT medical branch. And I'm happy to say that through the fine work of Captain Joe Spanheimer, we've been able to do that. Captain Spanheimer, as you know, is our emergency manager. So right now we have a CERT medical branch that's in operation, has 13 plus members, has a doctor, has several nurses, and several support staff. There's also a mobile medical field unit that's ready to go that includes 5 cots and needed medical supplies to keep that unit active. We told you that we were going to hire 2 community service officers via a state grant, and I'm happy to say we were able to do that last fiscal year. So the 2015-2016 fiscal year will be the first year that they are employed by us for the full year. This fiscal year, using also the same state grant funding, we will be replacing outdated radio equipment, which includes radio equipment that's on a couple of different peaks in North County, as well as portable radios that the officers carry in the field with them, which are in need of replacement. And again, that's going to be coming from grant funding that we are receiving. This fiscal year, we've applied for a $50,000 Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control grant to be utilized for minor decoy operations and merchant education. The department has a history of participating in this program since the 2006-2007 fiscal year. Since the 2007-2008 fiscal year, we have been one of the leaders in our county in this. We have been the administrator of multi-agency grants from way back in 07-08. This year, this application will allow us to, if accepted by ABC, will allow us to be a grant administrator for a grant that includes Pacifica, South San Francisco, Daly City, and Colma. We've also applied for an $87,000 grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety, which will be for DUI enforcement and will also assist us conducting traffic enforcement both on an overtime basis, specifically targeting DUI drivers, as well as targeting the violations that are most likely to cause injury and fatal collisions in the city of Pacifica. It'll also allow us to buy equipment that we're going to be using for our major collision investigation team to better document and better investigate traffic collisions. We're also going to continue, as promised, our participation in the San Mateo County Mental Health Collaborative. As you saw earlier, we have a great deal of support for, and we appreciate that. The purpose of the collaborative is we are a whole bunch of disciplines, numerous disciplines within San Mateo County that meet on a quarterly basis to discuss the problem of mental illness in San Mateo County and to bridge the gap in communication that we've identified so that all of our disciplines in this county can better serve our mental health needs of our citizens. And finally, one of the programs that, as Chief, I'm most proud of, we have a volunteer program at the police department, which consists of 28 volunteers. Those volunteers include reserve officers, explorers, and citizen volunteers, some of them who are at our department so frequently you would think they were full-time employees. This year is the largest year that I can remember having in terms of the hours. In the 2014 calendar year, we had over 7,500 hours donated to our department and to our community by these volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Steidel. And next up, representing North County Fire, will be Deputy Fire Chief Robert Fisher.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Robert Fisher. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief of Administrative and Support Services for North County Fire. Let's get this thing going here. There you go. Our mission statement is to protect life and property and the environment from fires, accidents, medical emergencies, and disasters through training, public education, fire prevention, and emergency response. This year, our budget increased due to mainly personnel costs, about $126,000 for the year. We are still maintaining the same positions we had last year, 26 personnel, but most of our costs were either contractual or overtime expenses. We still continue to have an overall customer satisfaction rating of 95%. And these surveys are sent out every month to a percentage of the number of the calls we respond to. So we've continued that for the last few years. We continue to get a 90% stop the progression or of emergency calls. In other words, get people on scene to stop whatever medical emergency that people are having through use of our paramedic program. The same 90% goes for structure fires by getting using that time. The total reflex time means from the time the actual call is given by the person calling the 911, within 11 minutes getting multiple fire companies on scene to stop the progression of the fire. Whoops, I think I'm going the wrong way here.
Yeah. You want to hit the bottom one?
Yeah, I got it. This 90% fire reliability statistic is basically keeping our companies in district. And how we do this is by providing training online for the companies. And there's a number of outside agencies or companies that we use to provide either training with smart boards in the stations or via computers to the personnel directly. It keeps the companies in district instead of having to go out of the city to get training. We continue statistically, confine all our structure fires to the area or floor of origin. And our fire loss per capita continues to be one of the lowest in the areas at $32 per capita. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Fisher. Now, Council, realizing that it's been about 20 minutes since Director Wermeister has been up here, we wanted to bring her back so the withdrawal wouldn't be as sudden. And so she's here to present the Planning Department budget for 2015-16.
Thank you. Tina Wermeister here, Director of the Planning Department. I'm very pleased to be presenting my first Planning Department budget. How does this? So the Planning Department is comprised of 3 divisions. So the first is the Planning Division, which implements the General Plan and Zoning Ordinance, processes development applications. We staff the Planning Commission and Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee and work on various special projects. The Building Division issues building permits for all new construction and provides plan check and inspection services. And Code Enforcement investigates and acts on complaints of code violations received from the general public. This side shows the department budget. You'll notice that when compared to 14-15, the expenditure totals have increased. This is due to 3 main factors. One is that there was 3 positions that were filled for only a portion of 14-15 that are now projected to be filled for the entirety of 15-16. That's a code enforcement officer, a planning position, and as well as myself, the director position. The second is that staff budgeted, included some budget to complete and implement the general plan, as well as now that the housing element is adopted, go ahead and implement the necessary zoning changes and other program changes that are necessary to implement the housing element. And lastly, the third is that normal operating costs were not previously reflected in the budget, such as consultation with our contract legal team on items related to city-sponsored projects. For example, some of the zoning ordinance that we'll need to update with the housing element, legal will need to review that. And also there was no budget for code enforcement abatement services on an as-needed basis previously in the budget. So you will note that revenues are projected to increase, and we're hoping that the robust building economy will continue. We'll continue to see continued revenues. So some of our goals for this year this next year is to improve administrative procedures to provide the best service possible, fully implement the cost recovery plan as it pertains to our department specifically, complete the adoption of the general plan, initiate zoning ordinance amendments required to implement our policy documents, support the newly formed Economic Development Department and community improvement projects such as Beach Boulevard and the Palmetto Streetscape, modernize and streamline building and planning application processing procedures, write and release an RFP for building division services, and then very important, support employee technical proficiency through training and implementing industry best practices.
All right, thank you, Tina.
Wow.
So, Council, that is the presentation as it stands, and we are open to any questions that you may have at this time, or any questions that you may have during this entire process.
Wow, they just popped up. Okay, Councilmember Neiher?
First of all, good job.
Here.
I mean, this gets better and better. I'm impressed with the professionalism and the way that you tell the story, and your staff are. I'm looking at the city manager, of course, because she was sitting here pretty much by herself not that long ago. So
Yeah.
thank you. Quick question. well, it's not really a question as much as it is, when you said our property taxes do not pay for our safety,
Right.
it's a very, very telling story, isn't it? Because you're looking at about 14.6, did I add up here?
All right, yeah.
Yeah. We're not even close to that. Even if you add in sales tax, we don't cover it.
Mm-hmm.
It's only into the other taxes.
Right.
So since we're in the other taxes, could you explain to everybody what's in other taxes? I assume gas tax.
Sure. Sure.
No, not even gas tax.
Okay. So we've got our franchise tax.
There we go.
And we've got our occupancy tax, which comes in from the hotels. We've got our business license tax, our utility users tax, and we've got a half-cent sales tax as well. So those are the things that are driving those other
And
taxes.
all told, it comes to, you believe, 5.4 million next year.
Yes.
No, I already knew, but people think about these little taxes, you know.
I understand, thank you.
And they don't understand where they go and what we really utilize them for, so
Right.
I appreciate that. I also wanted to just make a comment, not belay favorites in any way, but the police department you've just done an outstanding job in sort of stepping up in many, many ways, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that in difficult times. So I just wanted to make note. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem DeGree?
Yes, I have an ongoing concern about weed abatement. Where is all that for fire issues?
Weed abatement. Well,
It would be under code enforcement, if you're, particularly on private properties. Yes.
Oh, actually, I remember coming this evening, the lot is down, one of the ones over there off Palmetto. It looks great.
If I might add, I think this came up last year, and I believe we don't have a weed abatement ordinance. And if we did have one that authorized us to take action, it would fall under code enforcement.
So what do you suggest we do? Should I say we must have it or something?
If we wanted to add a weed abatement ordinance, we would need to fund the program. And we could come back to you with an estimate for what that would take.
Okay, because I do worry about the fire stuff.
Okay, that's it? That's your comment, right?
Well, and also, along with that, when you do that, I believe that businesses suffer if there's if insurance companies consider that the fire risk is high, then I believe the the businesses in the area have to pay higher fire. So if we could know that too, please.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Just kind of like going through page 11, you have general government, and you have on here total staffing for the department, FTE is 14, but is that all the departments that are listed above? City council, city manager, economic development, finance, is that where the 14 employees are?
I believe all the employees are there. Not council.
Okay. I was just wondering because it was
Yeah.
just kind of like floating out there.
You
Okay.
guys have just a special level there, kind of a Mount Olympus kind of level there.
And then the community service officers, I just kind of had a question on what is their duty? Are they the ticket writers, or are they getting back into the schools as a school resource officer, or exactly what's their duties?
Councilmember O'Neill, the community service officers are going to be used for a number of things. They're going to be used, they're designed to be used for parking enforcement, other duties as required, as we call it at the police department, things that will take the average patrol officer, take some of those duties, a few of those duties away that allow the patrol officers to focus on their beats. For example, special events that may come up where we need them for traffic control, We'll also, in addition to parking control, we'll be using them for vehicle abatement for abandoned vehicles. We also may be using them for some code enforcement type duties where we can assist and when we need to work collaboratively with our code enforcement department, things of that nature. There's no intention to put them into the schools to address that specific point as school resource officers.
Okay, so we're still just having the beat cops go into the schools once a week, twice a week, whatever?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, are they sworn or non-sworn personnel?
They are non-sworn.
They're non-sworn, okay. And thank you. And then, I'll call you Tina because I haven't got your last name down yet either. But I noticed here that your cost recovery from 14-15 to 15-16 is going down roughly 5-something%. Is there any particular reason why you're budgeting a cut in revenue?
I think the reason why that percentage is like that is in the actual adopted 14-15 budget, the revenue was significantly less. It was down to, I believe, 600 and something thousand. So the actually adopted budget, the cost recovery was 50-something%. So we've improved that. And so part of the reason why the percentage is higher in 14-15 is because of the cost reductions due to some of the positions not being funded for the entire year, or not being filled for the entire year, I should say.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If I might add, Tina, isn't it also because the work on implementing the general plan, that would not be cost recovery work?
That is correct.
And so that does add to the workload that's not cost recovery.
Yes.
Isn't most of that contracted out, or it's still quite a bit of staff work?
It's still quite a big staff work, and the contract would be the city's burden. It's not a developer paying that contract.
Right. No, I understand. Okay. Those are my questions right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Keener.
Yeah, so following up on Mary Ann's comment, I wasn't here last year. Lori may have been alone. I don't think any of you people at the table were here last year.
Not one.
So that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. She's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Give him
No
way.
I have one question. So, Tina, you mentioned zoning changes with respect to the housing element.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there were no zoning changes
It wouldn't be land use zoning changes, just to clarify. It would be things like updating the second unit ordinance, for example, things related to housing that aren't actually changing the actual zoning designations of properties.
Okay, good. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do it, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to advocate for 2 expenditures from the general fund, and they are $120,000 for the Pacifica Resource Council and $10,000 for the Pacifica Beach Coalition. And I realize that I'll have to get some support for that, but I wanted to announce it.
So I'm happy to clarify, and it was in the report, that we left those 2 organizations to be treated in the same way as they were in 2014-15. In other words, to not be in the general fund, but to come back to you when we get news of the excess ERAF funding. Councilmember Keener can certainly bring this up and ask for the consideration to have it be added back into the general fund, and if that's the council's direction, we will go away and figure out what to take out in order to make room for that. And just as a side note, I think I saw Councilmember Nyhart mention the non-departmental. That is part of the general fund. So just for clarity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions? Can I?
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
A question on that. So your projection about the ERAF funds, are?
I do not have one at this time. As you know, we learn typically in January whether we're going to be receiving the excess ERAF funds for that year, and then they come to us when we do get them in February. So I won't be able to tell you more about that until 2016.
I thought last year you had a more optimistic point of view.
I thought we would be getting some, but I did not speculate on how much. I can tell you what we got this year, just to refresh your memory. It was $1.7 million.
And so.
Do you have these pages?
Your feeling is that we will get that again? I mean, we will get something?
As far as I know, I don't have any reason not to think that we wouldn't get funding for 2016. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nihart.
Just a point of clarification, if we're going to do that, I'd like to know what is broken down in non-departmental, because it's gone up.
Okay, I have to do an 11 o'clock.
Oh, are we at 11?
Do we want to continue? Do we have to vote on whether or not we are going to continue with the meeting?
Oh, continue.
Yeah.
All right.
Continue?
30 minutes behind.
Is that, okay, we all agree to continue? Do I need a first and a second? I forget.
that you do.
Okay, a second, please?
What's our projected time limit here? What's the rest of the agenda?
It's not a lot.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay.
Okay,
Mary.
someone just popped
The
out.
lights just
Okay.
We blew out a light.
tell us something.
Building objects.
No, I
Maybe
didn't
we'd better reconsider.
All right.
Gotta
Okay, what was
use
your
you while you're
question,
here,
Marianne?
Mike.
My question was what else is in
I heard.
non-departmental? And
I think we'll have to come back to you with more information about that unless you are prepared. Are
We
you ready?
have,
Okay,
we have the
great.
detail. It's a little tedious, but I will rattle down the list. We've got an allotment for retiree health of about $85,000. We've got utilities for gas and electric of about $16,000. We got tax collection expenses of about $49,000. Let me get to, we've got contractual services, and I don't know what these services are for, but it's budgeted for about $79,000. And our biggest animal in this particular budget at $281,000 is an animal control services.
God.
And so the next biggest line item here is for contractual legal services. And so I will be checking into those things more in depth as we get into this process. But those are the things, those are sort of the major drivers. There are roughly 15 line items here
Well,
that
the
drive
reason
this.
I ask is I think probably pretty obvious. If we moved it back in, you're balanced right now, so you have to take something out.
That's
So,
exactly right.
Yes.
personally, I've still been advocating and working with, and all these things take years, you guys. It's like the PCA. It's like 3 years in the making. But anyway, I've brought it up with Horsley, Supervisor Horsley, multiple times, and I'm still working with the county. I'd like to see them pick up more of the resource center. The resource center is actually a piece of what county services actually provide, and add, my biggest advocacy is to, and probably Anita would like to know that I'm asking for this, so I'm telling you now, and to add like at least a crisis worker or something along those lines over here, that there was somebody in, that the county covers. So, you know, somebody that would connect us more directly with mental health, especially with some of the folks that we have that are homeless or in crisis, or, you know, they don't necessarily even have to be located at your site, but there's a lot of ways to do that. I'd love to see the county pick that up, and I've been advocating that for a while. But you got to get the right person in the right place at the right time to get them to get on board. I'd like to see services beefed up in that regard, and that's not really us paying for it, but it's something that what our county does. So I appreciate what you brought forward. It's an important piece of what we do, but we have to figure out what goes.
Do you have a suggestion for the cut?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
You're the one wanting to spend more.
No,
Oh, okay.
no. I'll leave that up to Lori.
And I'm just thinking about the process now, and I know it's getting late, so I'm getting confused, but typically, for the Resource Center and the Beach Coalition and the other non-departmental, when do they typically come to us to ask us for funds, or is that going to be incorporated next year, so going forward? They don't have to, again, request funding, and it's not on the chopping block per se.
Well, funding, I'll just backtrack a little bit. The council in the last 2 years has funded the Pacifica Resource Center at the level of $83,000 and the Pacifica Beach Coalition for $3,000
Right.
toward Earth Day. There were two other organizations, the Chamber of Commerce and Extra Hours at the libraries,
Right.
which last year the council took action not to fund at all. So the Pacifica Resource Center and the Beach Coalition came back to you at the time that we received the excess ERAF funding in roughly February, March, and the council approved that funding, and
Okay.
so that went to them.
It's a ways.
Well, so for now, there's no funding in the current budget that we've just presented to you. I was acting under the assumption that you'd like to continue with the process we used in this year, and so yes, they could come forward when that money is available and make their request, and the council could consider it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, if no other comments, I'm going to bring it out to the public, and I have one card on the budget issue, so if anybody else would like to speak on the issue, please make sure to fill out a yellow card. And Tiger Jazz, come on up and...
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. I'm here to also talk about the Pacifica Resource Center. I'd like to see it included in the budget. At least a proposal be made how maybe it could be included in the budget would be really cool to see. Personally, my life has been touched by it in so many ways that I can't imagine it not existing, or excuse me, being funded the way it currently has been. And last year, my understanding was we were told by the county that the ERAF is something we shouldn't rely on. So that leaves a huge question mark in my head, which Lori seemed confident last year we'd have it to rely on this year, but we haven't discussed whether or not we could maybe this year. So with that question mark, and that would be great if the county would pick up the tab, but that's a waiting game also. So in the meantime, while there are people who need to be helped, it would be nice if there was an assurance, or at least an attempt to see if we could make an assurance that we are funding such an important part of the community. I did work as in-home supportive services for somebody whose disability didn't allow them to be able to walk around much, so I would stand in the food bank line at the Resource Center, and I got to know a lot of people who utilize the Resource Center, a lot of people who are my customers, a lot of people who either will not have an opportunity to be able to have a better place in life where they can go into a better place, or people who are definitely in a painful transition and just need that little bit of help. But especially with all of the talk tonight, a lot of talk tonight about the housing crisis and affordable housing being a huge issue, and looking forward to it being a worse issue as the prices continue to increase, as the amount people are making stays stagnant. And so it seems like the Resource Center then will be even more important as we go through that process of helping people with those painful transitions. You know, if you don't even know whether or not you're going to have a house tomorrow, at least if you know you're going to have a meal tonight, that could put your mind at rest a little bit as you look forward to the battle the next day of finding the house, hopefully not on an empty stomach. And I'm mentioning food, that's the tip of the iceberg. Bottom line, if we can at least look and see if it's, what it would take to get the PRC into the budget, I think it would be good. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Seeing I have no other cards, I'm going to bring it back to council. And anybody want to start with the comments? Councilmember Neihardt.
I don't have much to say, except I wanted to say just one thing. Originally, the Pacifica Resource Center was provided by the county. And when the county decided to close something over here on the coast because they were in leaner times, et cetera, the city of Pacifica stepped up. It's, I'm sure Anita can do the funding better than I, but it is funded by other, nonprofit monies, but the county puts in a pretty good chunk. They don't put in what they did in the past or what they did previously. And that's my argument, is now they talk about themselves as the second wealthiest county in the state. I'd kind of like to see some of that over here in Pacifica, where we're constantly making choices about little things in the budget to make ourselves move better. I'd like to see a concerted effort to get them back involved in helping us. Now, there are pros and cons with that, definitely, because Anita's done a fabulous job, as with all the staff there, and running independently has a lot of benefits in terms of agility. Getting in bed with the county itself is another problem. But certainly to fund something like a crisis worker or something else and add some money to that, I would like to see happen. So that's just my thought.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Certainly for the Pacific Resource Center, I don't know of any better agency in the county. I've personally experienced that working with people. However, at this particular point, I think we need to follow course at least for another year, and being optimistic, thinking that the ERAF will be there. I certainly do agree that the county is constantly saying that it's much better off financially, so would like to think that they too, and I think they do, really value our Pacifica Resource Center, thanks to you for all your hard work. So I support that idea of trying to get some help from them, and also being optimistic about the ERAF. And I just think that, I know that we didn't have the type of public engagement because of funding, and because we're still working on the general plan and things like that. I'd like to make sure that we have some money between now and the ERAF time to help with public engagement. That's my thought on that.
Great, thank you. I don't know. Councilmember O'Neill. Sorry, Jen.
I generally would like pretty much to stay the status quo at this point, because I do know the library manager is getting a lot of pushback because of the cut in hours of the library. So, we also cut the library hours, so maybe I'd like to propose we increase the library hours, although they've only been down for 2 months or something. But, there was other things cut that I think at this point it would be best for us just to stay the course of where we were last year, and unless there's a big amount of revenue increase, then maybe consider restoring some of the cuts. But at this point, I would just stay where we're at.
Okay. And Councilmember Keener?
Yeah. So in Lorenzo's presentation, he had a line that said one-time money for one-time expenses.
Yes.
Referring to the ERAF funds.
Right. Right. Well, it refers to the ERAF funds, but it's our general policy.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the Pacifica Resource Center is not a one-time expense. So that was part of my rationale. But obviously, I would like to get some money from the county for the Resource Center also. But Failing that, and given that that is somewhat in the future, I would still advocate for the money from the resource for the money for the resource center to come in the form of a general fund expenditure.
Councilmember Neihardt.
Just one last thing to that point. It probably goes without saying, but when we talk about issues as a council, we also have to not just sit up here and talk about an issue. We have to actually go out, make the contacts, make the calls, make it happen. And that's an extremely important part of being a council member. So I'm just saying, one of us has to take this on, or more than one. I've been harping, I wouldn't mind a little help. Just saying.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Well, just along those lines, I was just wondering, because we do know the value of the resource center, and we do know the skyrocketing rents and the homelessness that's going on. It seems to me that it would be appropriate if we agreed to create a letter to the county. I feel comfortable in that because we write letters to people for various and sundry things, and that the county itself says they have money. It's not like they're hiding out.
Okay, we can talk about that. Councilmember O'Neill.
I just want to clarify, Councilmember Neihardt, you were speaking in terms of talking to the county about fund the resource, and I mean, to me, if we're going to be asking them to fund the resource center, we shouldn't exactly be increasing the check. Not that I'm against the resource center at all, but we shouldn't be increasing the check, saying, oh, and they want more money. So, I mean, I think we should really kind of beat the horse until it's dead and get the money out of the county,
I don't think I follow. I don't get it. Sorry, you lost me on that.
It's 11.
It is.
I know.
It is, Michael. That one was a little.
I don't know where that went.
But I got the beat the horse till it's dead part.
Yeah. Till we get the blood out of it. Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
So I just want to say a couple things. On this topic, I don't think I'd ever vote not to fund the Resource Center. I think it's incredibly important. If there was no other way, if there was no money in the county, if there was no, I just think it's such an important, philosophically, it's so important to help those that don't, that need, a lift up. And we've all been in that situation or close to it. We can relate. Life's getting harder and harder for many, many people, and it just is not something that I could do to someone else. But I also know we have all of these priorities we talk about with the reserve fund and our infrastructure needs and paying back the $4 million and doing all these things. So it's exciting as it is, because it is honestly exciting. I think everything looks like it's going so well, and I really feel like we're moving in an upward trajectory. The staffing is just awesome. Every department, I'm so impressed. You guys are doing a great job, and it's really exciting to see, and it's exciting to be here right now seeing these improvements. And I think it's important that sometimes we talk about them, because sometimes it seems so negative, but we really are working hard to improve things, and getting the economic development manager here and knowing that that's going to help us, and all of these things are really, really great news and powerful. But we're coming from a place where we have a lot of work to do, which is fine. I think we have the staffing now, we have the resources to do that work, and that's really a great thing, and I'm really excited about that. And just having to mention that 28.75 million for our revenue, my God, that would have been incredible a couple years ago when our expenditures were 26 million. Well, it just so happens our expenditures just seem to be just catching right with our revenue. So we have to come to the realization that is constantly going to be, what we're struggling with is our expenditures and our revenues are constantly, the expenditures are constantly outpacing our revenues. So we have a tough road ahead, but we're definitely on the right path, and I'm very impressed with everything the departments have been doing, and I think it will improve in the years to come, even though money's going to be tight for a while. And having said that, again, I just want to say the Resource Center and the Beach Coalition and the library and Chamber and all the other non-departmentals are just doing a phenomenal job, and it's nothing, if we could fund them, we would, but right now they've got money with ERAF currently, and it helps our departmental funds not to have those in the general fund at this time. But so I philosophically support them in any way I can, but I think it's the appropriate placement right now in the ERAF funds, and that's about all I have to say. I think things are going well. Anybody else have any comments, or does anybody have a motion?
I don't think we need a motion.
Oh, wait, do we need a motion?
No,
We do not need a
the
motion.
whole budget.
Okay, that's great. Great job, everybody, and a lot of clarity as well. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, very much for your wonderful work.
What's next?
They don't get to leave before us.
We're not done yet. We
Council
are
has one
not
more-
done yet.
one more item.
Okay, that brings us to consideration item number 8, Beautification Advisory Committee recommendations and adoption of resolution amending resolution number 09-2013, creating the Beautification Advisory Committee to increase the number of members. Okay, staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Van Ocampo here, your Director of Public Works. And alongside with me is our new chair for the BAC, Ms. Wendy Santiago. I also want to thank her for staying up late just to have this presentation.
That's what I was thinking.
It's all your fault.
Sorry, Wendy.
My fault.
Of course, because you're going off the surgery.
If you recall, last council meeting, the City Council heard the presentation of the BAC, their annual report. The annual report actually highlighted all the accomplishments of the committee during the previous year, as well as their future projects. The annual report also included 3 recommendations, 2 of which pertains to the Mayor's Pride Award program. And they are to change the name of the Mayor's Pride Award to Mayor's Beautification Award, and also to change its frequency from annual to a monthly with a annual presentation in December. Those 2 recommendations, if the council wish, we can easily implement that. That's just staff doing the work of implementing it. However, the 3rd recommendation involves the 3rd recommendation was to increase the membership of the BAC from its current 5 members to 7 members. If the council wished to make that change, what staff has done is that we prepared the amendment to the resolution, because the membership of the BAC was done through a resolution. So we have to amend that, or the council has to amend that by adopting the amendment that we have prepared that's in front of you tonight.
Okay.
It is staff's recommendation to accept all the recommendations of the BAC.
Really?
Would you like to add anything?
Okay, do I have any questions from council? I don't know which one of you 2 was first.
Give it to somebody else.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
always
I feel like that. Councilmember O'Neill.
Actually, mine was on by mistake. It was from the last
Well,
item.
at Jeopardy, that's all I know. Councilmember Nihart.
Okay, it's the staff's recommendation that you go to monthly awards. All of the staff?
Did he say that?
Yes, he did.
Well,
That's not what it says here.
we will do what you're going to ask us to. That's all I
Okay,
can say.
you're supporting the committee, and I appreciate that political nuance. On the other hand, I totally get it. I'm just concerned about the amount of staff time it takes, because staff in City Hall did a lot the monthly last time, right? And then getting it up. And the other thing I'm concerned about is the dilution of the specialness. I totally got the energy, and I mentioned this last time when Dave was here. I get the energy and the enthusiasm and all that stuff, but I'm just concerned about the sustainability and what our staff are able to do. Has that been in the discussion?
I'm not part of that subcommittee.
I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
I mean, I think that has been a concern, but they have been very excited and.
Have they talked to the staff that did the work?
Well, no, that's why they came here at the last meeting and presented, and we were able to ask questions at the last meeting, and they didn't get that kind of question. But I did well, I'm talking about just specifically the last subcommittee meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mentioned to them at that last subcommittee meeting that resources might be an issue, and we have to bring it forward to council to see if this is something that they can support. So we're waiting to see what you think.
From staff point of view, we will do what the council wishes us to do.
You're so easy.
Let me just be clear, and Vanna's absolutely right. If the council's direction is to have the BAC do monthly awards,
What are you
we
gonna
definitely
give up?
will support that committee's efforts and make sure they're successful.
Right.
What I've shared with some of you is concerns that I have, though, about the amount of staff time that will take. The awards last time were great, but there was a lot of behind-the-scenes work that the staff did, including tracking down the applications and what property they actually matched, going out and taking pictures to make sure that the presentation was adequate. I mean, there's a lot of, like I said, behind-the-scenes work that we're happy to do. It's just that if we have that going on every month, then that will drain away the staff capacity to
We can get back, folks.
Fun. Well, then fund a little.
Mac, get over here.
We're not talking about the millions you want to use for other stuff.
We're ready to start. Get in your seat.
Focus.
Would be just fine.
Really?
Well, let me see that one.
used to fund the resource center. It was one of their county sites. Now, the drawback is.
What is that?
That looks very interesting. That may not be
High school
where you want to
district.
go.
It's all
And that may be their.
like
location.
Oceana, Terra Nova, Youth in Government. That's the Oceana Band, 1976. Workers Oceana 62, Terra Nova 61. I was just thinking I might as well give it to the high school district. I mean, who the hell's even looking
Anyway,
out there?
but yeah, we need to.
I think we're ready, Karen.
I think there's the thing for like the 25th anniversary of Pacifica. I think those should go to the store.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started again. So where were we? Were you done asking?
I was done. I'm ready.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm all in favor of adding the 3 people. I do think monthly is actually too much. I would want to make sure that it is special. If it's too often, there's a danger there. What was the other thing you needed?
The name?
The name, that's
Name.
The
fine.
name of the
The name change.
Right, the selection, so we would,
So those,
Addresses the number of the committee.
right.
the number of persons, is that what we're talking about?
But we,
And move that resolution and then.
Do we have to go to the public?
yeah, I thank you, I was trying to.
Yeah, we have to go to the public.
Right,
Anybody
oh,
want-
sorry, right.
Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to council, and now we could make the final decisions. Okay. Councilmember Nybart.
I move that we change the name to the Beautification Awards. I agree with increasing the size of the committee, and we're going to leave it at annual. So, is that good enough?
And move the adoption of the resolution.
And move the adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
And do we need the actual names of the,
That will be
After
after you
you-
adopt, you have to
After
adopt
we
the
have to
resolution
adopt the
first.
resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can we vote? And that passes 5-0.
Kathy?
Now you would appoint
Okay.
new members.
And now we're going to appoint new members.
That's
but
the list I couldn't find.
I don't have the list. Do you have the?
Mayor
It said attachment 1, but.
It's
thank
in
you.
your packet, and David Martinez, Alan Ernott, and Sandy Perry. So David Martinez
Is
had an
already
expiring
on.
term, but you have not reappointed him.
Oh.
And now that we're adding 2 additional members from 5 to 7, you could go ahead and appoint the other 2 applicants.
Great.
Which is Alan Ernott and Sandy Perry.
Can I just ask, have we interviewed yet?
Yes, a while ago.
Oh, that was in that
You
same
have to
interview.
refrain from-
I have to refrain.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Well, it sounds like a plan.
So
to
if
me.
somebody could make
So
a
I'll
motion?
make a motion.
Yes.
Second.
I move that we appoint David Martinez, Alan Ernat, and Sandy Perry to the
Second.
Beautification Advisory Committee.
Second.
And we have a second from Mayor Pro Tem DeGree. Please vote. Yeah. And that passes 4-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much, and with that, I adjourn the meeting. These are troopers.
Okay. Happy birthday.
No wonder I couldn't remember the names. I didn't meet them. Did we interview these people? No, we didn't.
So delirious, you didn't even realize you had an excuse.